Hello wadau, mambo. Assembly live proceeding. This being July 2nd, 2020. This broadcast is courtesy of Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Gladys Mungai. Let's start by having a look at the highlights of the order of business this afternoon. The Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation will be moving a motion on the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020, that this House adopts the reports of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020, that is legal number 69 of 2020, laid on the table of the House on that day, June 25th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 180 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, approves the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Also, in the order of business this afternoon, the National Assembly will be considering a bill by the Care and Protection of Older Members of the Society, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018. The bill is currently on its second reading. The Committee of the Whole House will be considering a bill by the Leader of Majority about the President's reservation to the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020. Equally, the House will be considering a bill by the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. Also, in the order of business this afternoon, the House will be debating the Refugee Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019. The bill by the Leader of Majority is currently in its second reading. In the notices section this afternoon, there will be a notice on adjournment, the notification of recess from July 3rd, 2020 to July 27, 2020, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28, subsection 3, relating to the calendar of the Assembly and the resolution of the House on Tuesday, June 30th, 2020, the Speaker notifies that upon the rise of the House at the appointment time, regular sittings will resume on Tuesday, July 28, 2020 at 2 p.m. After today's sitting, the House will be adjourning until Tuesday, July 2020 at around 2 p.m. Also, various questions will be fielded before a specified departmental committees on private notice. Member for Mwingi Central, Honorable Paul Musimi, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of investigations into the road accident involving a minor vehicle registration number KBM 881V Toyota Prado, leading to the death of one Patrick Mutia Muthui, as reported at Garissa Police Station, occurrence book number 709-2015. On your screens is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, making his way to the chamber. I hand you now over for the live proceedings. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants who have been pleased to court the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to transfer the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honourable members, I have some 2 messages. The first message is from His Excellency the President on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2020. Honourable members, you will recall that on 6th of May 2020, the National Assembly passed the Public Finance Management Bill, Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020. The bill was sponsored by the leader of the majority party. Following its passage, I did present it to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and our standing orders. However, in exercise of the powers conferred under Article 115, Clause 1, Paragraph B of the Constitution, His Excellency the President, by way of a memorandum dated 11th of June 2020, has since referred the bill back to the National Assembly for reconsideration. Honourable members, in his memorandum, His Excellency the President has expressed reservations on Clause 2 of the bill, which sought to amend Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 by introducing a subsection 2A to provide that the Parliamentary Service Commission may, with the approval of the National Assembly, establish any other funds for the purpose of Parliament or House of Parliament. Amongst the reasons for his reservations, the President notes that amending the law in the manner proposed in the bill may lead to duplication of funds intended for Parliament, since one is already established. He further adds that the provisions in the bill may also have adverse impact on the principle of separation of powers between the executive and the legislature with regard to the management of public monies. To fully accommodate his reservations, His Excellency the President recommends that the bill be amended to permit the establishment of other parliamentary funds, but limit the purpose of such funds to cater for parliamentary mortgage, parliamentary car loan, and the parliamentary catering fund, which indeed was the intention of the bill. Honourable members, standing under number 154, subsection 2, requires the House to consider the President's reservations within 21 days upon receipt. In this regard, upon receipt of the reservations, I directed the clerk to circulate the same to all members so that they familiarize themselves with its content. At the same time, I also referred the reservations of the President as contained in the memorandum to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. I am informed that the committee is ready to table its report on the same reservations today afternoon. The report will ease the process of reconsideration of the bill in committee of the whole House later during this sitting. Honourable members, may I at this point remind that the House of the Speaker's communication of July 28, 2015, concerning the consideration of the President's reservations to a bill and amendments thereto. I particularly draw your attention to my guidance that the voting threshold for the passage of the amendments proposed by a committee or an individual member that have the effect of fully accommodating the President's reservations is a simple majority, as contained under Article 122, Clause 1 of the Constitution, read together with Article 115, Clause 2, Paragraph A. On the other hand, An amendment that does not fully accommodate the President's reservations, or indeed one that has the effect of a total override of the President's reservations, including negating his proposed text, will require a 2/3 voting threshold to be passed in keeping with the provisions of Article 115, Clause 4 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Honourable members, the second message is a decision of the Senate on 4 bills. Honourable members, pursuant to the provision standing under 41, I wish to report the House that I have received messages from the Senate regarding its decision on the following 4 bills. 1, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019. 2, the Petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018. 3, the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018. And 4, the County Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. Honourable members, the first message is in respect to the passage of the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019, which seeks to amend the National Drought Management Act of 2016. The message reads, I quote, that the Senate considered and passed the bill without amendments on Tuesday, June 30th, 2020, and now requests the National Assembly to refer the bill to His Excellency the President for assent, close the quotes. In this regard, I will present the said bill to His Excellency the President for assent. The second and third messages relates to the decision of the Senate on the National Assembly amendments to the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018, and the Petition to County Assemblies Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018, respectively. Honourable members, the messages read, I quote, that the Senate considered and approved the National Assembly amendments to the 2 Senate bills on Tuesday, 30th June 2020. The last message is in respect to the decision of the Senate on the National Assembly amendments to the County Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. Honourable members, the message reads, and I quote, that on Tuesday, 30th June 2020, the Senate considered and approved the National Assembly amendments to clauses 2, 8, 9, 15, 16, 20, 23, 24, 25, 29, 30, 35, 41, 43, 46, 47, 56, 63, 64, 66, 69, and the second schedule, and rejected National Assembly amendments to clauses 27, 28, 33, 36, 37, 44, and 68 of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, close the quotes. Honourable members, in this regard, therefore, the said bill will stand committed, referred to a mediation committee in accordance with Article 112 of the Constitution. Consequently, the leader of the majority and the leader of the minority parties in the House are hereby directed to expeditiously nominate 3 and 2 members, respectively, for appointment to the mediation committee to be established for consideration of the bill. Once constituted, the committee will be expected to speedily embark on the process of developing a mediated version of the said bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 4, petitions.
Members making their way in, could you please take your seats? Honourable members, I have two petitions to report on. First one is petition number 15 of 2020 regarding encroachment of the Nairobi National Park. Honourable members, standing under number 225, subsection 2, paragraph B, requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. I therefore wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition submitted by one Ms. Maureen Memo of the Wildlife Now Foundation. The petitioner wishes to draw the attention of the House to some of the proposals in the Nairobi National Park 2020 to 2030 management plan. The petitioner avers that the current encroachment of the park by projects such as the Southern Bypass, the Standard Gauge Railway, and internal container depot has led to degradation of the environment through increased air and noise pollution, change in migratory paths of wildlife, increase in human-wildlife conflict, and decreased sighting of animals. Honourable members, the petitioner is therefore concerned that some of the proposals in the management plan, such as fencing and introduction of eateries, may contribute further to the deterioration of the park. The petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, looks into the matter to ensure the future of this unique park, located right in the middle of the capital, is not threatened by continued encroachment. Second petition, being number 17, regards the obstruction of tarmacking of the Konza-Katumani Road. Honourable members, I have received this petition, and I wish to report to the House that my office received the petition submitted by Mr. Bernard Kioko Mutisia and 5 others on behalf of the residents of Vota, Mua Ward in Machakos Town constituency. The petitioners wish to draw the attention of the House to the obstruction of a road upgrade project undertaken by the Kenya Urban Roads Authority between Konza and Katumani by the registered owner of LR number 352/2. The petitioners aver that the continued use of the road by the public and the fact that the road has been maintained by the government for over 30 years forms the basis for the National Land Commission to create a public right over the parcel of land. The petitioners are apprehensive that the delay in the commencement of the upgrading of the road occasioned by the actions of the owner of the parcel is inhibiting the construction of the road despite more funds having been allocated by the government for the project. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Lands, intervenes to ensure that the portion of the land, RL 353/2, ordinarily utilized as a road, be converted to create a public right of way in accordance with Article 40, Clause 3, Paragraph A, and Section 143 of the Lands Act. Thank you. There was a petition also to be. The member for Laisamis, the Honorable Albele Massimo. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition regarding compulsory acquisition of land in Marsabit County by the Kenya Defense Forces. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Karare Ward, Marsabit County, I draw the attention of the House to the following. That Article 63 of the Constitution of Kenya provides for the recognition and protection of communal land rights, while the Community Land Act affirms rights of communities in the administration of community land. That the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People advocate for free, prior, and informed consent in legislative and administrative measures affecting the indigenous people. That residents of Marsabit County, and more so the Rendille community, who are predominantly pastoral community who depend heavily on existing agro-friendly land for the feeding of their livestock. That the Karare ward, being a water catchment and dry season area for the pastoral communities of Karare, Songa, Logologo, Kamboe, Leisamis, Kargi, and core communities play a central role in the viability of pastoralism in Leisamis sub-county. That the community has previously lost 150,000 acres of land to the Lake Turkana wind power project, which was compulsorily acquired despite objection by the community. That in 2019, the Kenya Defense Forces expressed interest in acquiring 2,500 acres of land in Saku sub-county. That owing to the environmental sustainability and cultural practices, impact on availability of pasture for livestock, as well as food for residents, the community had proposed acquisition of an alternative piece of land in Kubi Kallo, which was turned down for reasons unknown to us. Mr. Speaker, on 29 May 2020, the KDF moved into the land with bulldozers to the contested land despite the objection and protest by the community. That the compulsory acquisition of land will result into loss of livestock to malnutrition and related complications, and consequent loss of livelihoods of an estimated 25,000 livelihoods. That consequently, the government will incur additional cost approximated at shillings 144 million in food handouts to the affected residents. That the efforts to have the matter addressed by the relevant authorities, including the Marsabit County government and the county commissioner, have been futile. That this matter, Mr. Speaker, is not pending in any court of law or constitutional or legal body. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Lands, investigates the matter with a view to grant petitioners their right, and equally make any other further orders deemed fit in the circumstances of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, which committee? Sorry, Albere, Committee on Lands?
Yeah. Affirmative, Mr. Speaker, Committee on Lands.
Very well. Well, for all the three petitions, I will allow some few comments, clarifications, and observations. Start with the Honorable Ole Sankok, also known as David.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm commenting on your first petition on the issue of encroachment of Nairobi National Park. Honorable Speaker, as much as we may require the national park within Nairobi, but we also require development projects like the SGR and the Southern Bypass, Honorable Speaker, Northern Bypass. Honorable Speaker, of course we need to conserve the environment. We need to conserve our wildlife. But we have left our wildlife, we have left Masai Mara for our wildlife, Savo, Amboseli, Aberdare, Mount Kenya, and the rest. We cannot now leave our city for again wildlife. Let us also be diplomatic and reason that we need this development project within our urban center. Our urban center, the population is expanding. We need all this infrastructure. We cannot leave animals for everywhere, including our city, capital city. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
For Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on the petition of my brother from Northeastern regarding the KDF. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes KDF, despite that they have got a special place in our society, being the people who lead who take care of our borders and security, Mr. Speaker, sometimes they go overboard and they go even encroaching to people's land without telling them, or even acquiring land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, KDF has just got into people's land, put up beacons, and they have already secured that place, and they are saying now that is their land, without even consulting the lands office, without consulting even the county government, without consulting even the committees. They just grab land. Let me put it, they are trying to grab land, Mr. Speaker. Despite that we would like them to have enough land for their purposes, they need to acquire that legally and also in an orthodox way, not just putting beacons and at the end of the day claiming the land is theirs, whereas it is people's land. I support the petition, Mr. Speaker.
Safe to correct that you're saying that the member from Northeastern, the Honorable Massimo Albere is the member for Lysamis, which is a constituency in Marsabit County, not Northeastern. The member for Saku, which is also in Marsabit County.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to add my voice to the weighty petitions that have been raised. Actually, these are very weighty matters. It is about the importance of national security, but also looking after our people. These, I believe, are competing needs. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I will request the petition by my brother from Marsabit, the Committee of Defense, to be enjoined, because I believe that in the interest of national defense and also in the interest of our people, I think we need to look at both sides of the coin. But as the MP for Saku, I would agree with the petition raised by my brother Musa Arbele that we need to look at that particular petition in depth and breadth so that the interest of the community living there is not affected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also like to add my voice to the petition by the member for Lysamis. Honorable Speaker, last year I stood on this floor and put a question on the way the KDF staff behave to the communities around them. And I was specifically referring to the KDF base at 78 in Isiolo, where one driver is in record to have killed 3 people by running them over with a KDF vehicle, with a Kenya Army vehicle. Honorable Speaker, even as we cede land to have KDF take over and do their exercise or training, I think it is important for them to be cautioned to coexist with the community in the best way possible. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to also comment on the issue of the Nairobi National Park. Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of rumors going around that there is a hotel that is likely to be gazetted to be put up in the middle of the Nairobi National Park. We know this national park is a decision of this country to have it around the Nairobi city as an income-generating activity and also is for purposes of making Nairobi what it is, the only city in the world with a park next to it. When we put up, when the ministry gazettes a construction of a huge hotel in the middle of the park, then we are missing the point. Honorable Speaker, I would like this matter to be discussed and seeded so that we do not have hotels built right in the middle of the park, but probably in locations that will enable coexistence with animals and also manage the environment better. Honorable Speaker, I support the petition.
Member for Narok North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to add my voice more specifically on Honorable Arbele's petition. Honorable Speaker, the people of Laisamis, like other pastoral communities, really rely on their land for their survival. Because they are pastoralists, they have no other source of income, and taking away their grazing lands is actually destroying those communities. And I think before these lands are taken, there must be the issue of compensation, because if you just come and use the law to forcefully take land from communities, then you are denying them their human rights. And I believe that should not happen. The army is also notorious for actually disrupting the lives of those people whose land they take over. And I think they should, the community should be consulted. And if they do not want these military installations in their midst, then I think they should be listened to. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the Nairobi National Park, I believe this one is a jewel that should not be destroyed. There is no other country with that game park in its cities, especially the capital city. And I think it's something we must protect. It has been there, and it must be retained for the benefit of our children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Pokot South.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the petitions. Honorable Speaker, as I support, I think I would like to say this, that if you look at the questions we are receiving, Honorable Speaker, and as Speaker's Chair of Transport, you find that there is something which is emerging, even looking at these two petitions, that there is certain level of conflict between the people, Honorable Speaker, and the national installations and national assets. And in this case, Honorable Speaker, for example, in Laisamis, like the KDF, like the national park, those are national installations, like SGR, those are national installations, Honorable Speaker. In a view of this, we would urge, as we make our contribution, Honorable Speaker, we urge the committees which are going to adjudicate this matter, that as you do it, you should also remember that as much as we also look at the people, we also protect the installation, Honorable Speaker, that we create for ourselves for this country. Because there's a reason, Honorable Speaker. The question will be that who owns KDF? It is us as a people. Who owns SGR? It is us as a people. Who owns National Park? It is us as a people. It's not for the other persons. It's ourselves. And the people complaining are our people, are our voters, are ourselves. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would urge that as they look at that they look at the equilibrium, the middle ground, say that we protect our people, Honorable Speaker, but we should also remember that these national installations depend on us, and particularly as leaders, Honorable Speaker. I support the two petitions.
Member for Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the petition on the World Drive, specifically Nairobi National Park. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to say on the very onset that the committee is already seized with this matter in terms of the encroachment in the Nairobi National Park. We had scheduled to have a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary last Monday, but unfortunately it was postponed. So this particular petition, Mr. Speaker, has come in a timely way so that we can be able to deal with the matters in holistic. Mr. Speaker, what we're having is conflict within the government agencies. Because KWS, which is the custodian of the national park, is having conflict with the Kenya Railways. Kenya Railways is the state agency which is in charge of the SGR. We have the Kenya National Highway Authority, which has put up roads cutting across the national park. And then, Mr. Speaker, we have the inland container depot, whereby, Mr. Speaker, some of the lands have been hived off by Kenya Railways, which belong to KWS. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has sought intelligence from the committee so that the various agencies within the government can be able to have a sitting and be able to iron out some of these issues, and later on now be able for us to communicate to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg that the committee will be able to prosecute this matter as a matter of urgency, because there is serious conflict between the various state agencies within the jurisdiction of Nairobi National Park. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kangundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to join my colleagues on issue of this petition. First, Speaker, I support this petition. And despite the issue of our national park being grabbed, there is a lot of fusion in the Ministry of Land, Honorable Speaker. If you see the land in Joska, Kamulu, and KBC, the people with the title, they look like they don't belong to this country. Somebody from nowhere will come and grab your land and chase you from your land. So we are wondering whether the Minister of Land is advising the government organs also how the land is important to human rights. So, Honorable Speaker, not only about the issue of our wildlife, we need also to protect our citizens in terms of ownership of their properties. And this is many times we have been having a lot of petitions. There are people here going opening organized crime by opening societies. They go backdate our society, they say we were registered in 1963, they say they own land. If you go to registrar, you get that society did not exist that time. So the fusion of ownership of land in Kamulu, Joska towards KBC, is the same problem. Now we are seeing that people who are supposed to protect our citizens, they are going even to grab our national parks. So, Honorable Speaker, I will be very much happy if we can have a solution questioning the Minister of Land. Where is the ownership and respect of land in this country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, member for Kitui South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to make a comment on the petition that has been raised by the Honorable Musa Aldele concerning KDF. Honorable Speaker, I would like just to say that as I promised that the committee is going to handle this matter with and give it the attention that it deserves, that these matters are cross-cutting. We have received matters from Nanyuki, from Meru, from Isiolo, from Laikipia, and recently from Nairobi. And when you look at the issues that the honorable members are raising, they are more or less the same issues. I remember a matter being raised by the Honorable Ketu Aruguru. The other time we had one raised by the Honorable Jaldesa. And the issues are cross-cutting, that land belongs to the army, but kind of information was not shared properly, or it was not properly pegged for people to know that this land belongs to KDF, etc. So I would like to say that we may need to look for a way of handling this matter holistically. Where do these issues arise so that they do not keep coming as petitions? Honorable Speaker, that is the comment that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Well, the three petitions are referred to the respective committees to which they are addressed for processing. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the majority party.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, the Thursday, July the 2nd, 2020, afternoon sitting. One, legal notice, number 104/2020, relating to the public health, in brackets, COVID-19 restriction of movement of persons and related measures, order, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. Number 2, legal notice, number 105/2020, relating to the public health, COVID-19 restriction of movement of persons and related measures, Dadaab Refugee Complex and Kakuma Refugee Camp Extension Order, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. Number 3, legal notice number 106/2020, relating to the public health, COVID-19 restriction of movement of persons and related measures, Mombasa County Extension Order, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. And the legal notice 107/2020, relating to the public health, COVID-19 restriction of movement of persons and related measures, Mandera County Extension Order, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health.
Chairman, Public Accounts Committee, the Honorable Wandai.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, July 2nd, 2020. AfroPac report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Technical Working Committee on the Strategic Plan 2019 workshop held in Pretoria, Republic of South Africa from 4th to 11th November 2018. Thank you.
Chairman, Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to read the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, the 2nd of July, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman, Public Investments Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, July 2nd, 2020, the 23rd report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's report on financial statement of state corporations.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6.
When you bring those reports, please allow them for some disinfection.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairman, Public Investments Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House adopts the 23rd report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on financial statement of state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Questions. Question by private notice. The member for Mwingi North, the Honorable Paul Musiemi Nzengu. Member for Mwingi North. Member for Mwingi North. Could he be in the tents or maybe in the streets? Next question by the member for Kathiani. Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 86 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Question number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of Mumbuni to Kathiani Road in Kathiani constituency has never been completed despite having been allocated funds in the financial year 2011 to 2012? Second part, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm that the quality of workmanship on the completed part of the road met the set construction standards and specifications, taking into account that the said part has already developed potholes following the recent rains? And number 3, are there steps being taken by the ministry to ensure the road is completed as per the set standards, specifications, and timelines? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
no new pipeline has been laid to increase the capacity of the water resource so as to meet the ever-growing population and needs of the people. The old pipeline is choked, inadequate, and unable to serve the ever-rising demand for this scarce commodity. Honorable Speaker, apart from the intentions, promises by government to establish Mzima 2 water project, no meaningful steps have been achieved so far. Failure to allocate funds for the project in the national budget of financial year 2019-2020 and subsequently 2020-2021 has remained the major hurdle in to this project. However, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury has indicated and confirmed that there is a funding proposal from China Exim Bank of Kenya shillings 29 billion that has been cleared by the AG for signing. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and National Resources on the following. 1, could the relevant ministry provide information regarding the financing position of the government, has made so far to fund Mzima 2 water project? What is the actual amount of funds that will be required to actualize the project? And when will the construction of the project commence? And when is it expected to be completed? 2, could the relevant ministry confirm whether the financing agreement has now been signed? And why has it taken inaudited time to conclude these negotiations? 3, could the relevant ministry confirm that the first beneficiary of this project shall be the people of Taita Taveta and the water will reach Wundanyi town and Kishushe location? Lastly, could the relevant ministry provide the project designs showing the scope of the project and that Taita Taveta residents will be given first priority? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Second one, Mr. Speaker, I request for a statement regarding reporting timelines for first-year government-sponsored university students placed into private universities. Honorable Speaker, it is disheartening to note that private universities are now forcing the newly placed students to report as early as 6th of July 2020 through online registration, purporting to begin virtual lectures by the 13th of July 2020. Prior to these dates, the students are being called upon to have paid full fees and also purchased for themselves laptops / smartphones. This is causing pressure to poor parents, guardians, and students, and many of them are contemplating calling off a full year academic year. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the following. Could the ministry provide a list of all private universities and their first-year semester dates, if already set, and fees charged? Could the ministry outline measures in place to safeguard poor Kenyans during this time of coronavirus pandemic and have the universities wait until HELB processes loan applications for government-sponsored students? 3, could the relevant ministry push university reporting / opening for first-year students until official college / university opening dates, if allowed, as will be advised by the government after reviewing the COVID-19 risk status? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, though we appreciate changing times we are in, and virtual learning may be the new normal, however, for the first years who have not even stepped into the university environment, can this virtual learning be reserved for the other continuing students, and have first years wait until it is safe to report physically to campus as opposed to beginning lessons before physical orientation? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The first request is directed to the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Environment, Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, member for Mara. Are you in a position to respond? You could place at intervention. press the intervention button. Yes, that way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Undanyi, the Honorable Danson Mwasako, is a friend of my committee due to quite a number of questions and petitions which he normally brings to the committee. And I want to make a commitment that within the next 3 weeks, we will be able to have a comprehensive statement on the issues of the pipeline, which he has sought, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, that is reasonable given the calendar of the House anyway. The second request is directed to the Departmental Committee on Education. Do I see the Honorable Julius Meli in the House? Very well, I think the request will be directed through the Office of the Leader Majority for a response. Second request is from the member for Githunguri, the Honorable Gabriel Kago, Walidia. Could you press the intervention button?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true, I'm popularly Waridia. And Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperatives in regards to the outbreak of foot and mouth disease in Kiambu, particularly Githunguri constituency. Honorable Speaker, over the last few decades, the dairy industry in Kenya has witnessed phenomenal growth. Kiambu County is among regions that are well known for milk production and is the home for several dairy processors. Livestock farming is predominant economic activity which contributes to over 17.4% of the country's population income. The county is the lead producer of milk in the country with over 350 million liters annually. Dairy cattle farming is done both large and small scale, mainly for commercial purposes. Growth in this subsector has been encouraged by a ready urban market in Thika, Ruiru, Kiambu, and Nairobi, and the availability of local food processing factories. Honorable Speaker, however, dairy farming calls for a lot of attention in handling the animals. Challenges encountered by small-scale farmers include outbreak of diseases, poor storage facilities, delayed payment by the cooperatives, poor infrastructure for delivering milk products, expensive feeds and supplements, and lack of economies of scale for dairy farming, among many others. Honorable Speaker, over the first few months, dairy farmers in Kiambu County have suffered huge losses as a result of death of livestock due to outbreak of foot and mouth disease. The disease, which was first reported in September 2019, has claimed over 1,200 dairy cows. And up to date, the disease is not contained. This has greatly affected the livelihood of thousands of farmers who rely on dairy farming as their main source of livelihood. For instance, Githunguri Dailies, the
processor of fresher milk and other products, has seen reduction in the milk processing from 300,000 liters to 220 liters per day. Honorable Speaker, it is in this ground that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperatives. In the statement, the chairperson should inform this House on the following. 1. What measures have been put in place to urgently contain foot and mouth disease in Githunguri constituency and in Kiambu County? What measures are in place to prevent and contain livestock disease outbreak in the country, particularly in Githunguri constituency? What programs are in place to ensure that dairy farmers in the country, and in particular Githunguri constituency, are provided and equipped with information on proper and safe animal husbandry practices to help them manage their livestock in the event of such cattle disease outbreak? Lastly, could the government consider restocking of livestock loss in Githunguri constituency as a result of the foot and mouth disease outbreak to help the farmers recover the animals they have lost to the disease? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, your request is directed to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture. There is some crisis in that committee, which I'm aware of, and I'm sure the rest of the House is aware. Because as it stands, the person who was the chair, I think, was moved from that committee. The vice chair was elevated to become majority whip. So, Honorable Kago, your request will be channeled through Office of the Leader Majority until such time as there will be established a clear leadership of that committee. The third request is by the member for Kilifi North, Honorable Bayer Owen. A very active member for Kilifi North. Today you are sitting in a very unusual place.
Yeah, they took me to the wrong place.
You know, I know I'm used to seeing you very close to the chair.
Yeah, I hope when I come back here, I'll be in the majority side.
But you are still in the House.
Yes, thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to request for a statement on the reliability of testing kits for COVID-19 in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the reliability of testing kits by the various service providers that conducts testing for the COVID-19 in the country. Honorable Speaker, on 8th June 2020, samples were taken from one Ms. Khalid Nafula Mwanaida of Kilifi North by MS Lancet Mombasa Laboratory, lab reference number 7360097, and results released on 15th June 2020 confirmed that she was positive for COVID-19. On 19th June 2020, samples were also collected from the same person by the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Cambridge, lab reference number KWT P17735 in Kilifi, and results were released on 15th June 2020, confirmed that she was negative for COVID-19. On the same day, samples were also collected from her children, namely Kali Muganda and Khalid Mwangolo Mugadi by Cambridge Lab in Kilifi, reference KWT P17732 and KWT P17736 respectively, and the results released alongside that of their mother tested negative. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background
that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health on the following. In view of the two contradicting set of results in respect of Ms. Khalid Nafula Mwanaidi and her children, what is their right COVID-19 status? 2, what steps is the Ministry of Health putting in place to ensure that testing kits for COVID-19 meet the World Health Organization standards? And lastly, what steps is the ministry putting in place to ensure that tests carried out in various laboratories in this country meets the scientific attributes of reliability, validity, and consistency? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, the question is to which committee? Sorry.
Health Committee, sir.
Health.
Yes.
The chair of health is in the house, but obviously, given if you see where she is, I'm sure she has not heard anything. The chair of health, I'm sure, may not have heard anything. Do you want to respond? If you, I thought I said you come in and occupy this seat, but you appear to be occupying another one on the gangways. The member for Kilifi North that sort,
Yes.
You want to respond? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I heard it's about the COVID test. And Mr. Speaker, we are already doing some inquiry on the same, on the testing and the capacity of our testing kits. So I'll ask the Honorable Member to give me 2 weeks, will be done, so that we can combine the two inquiries that we are doing, and I'll be able to answer to the House. But since you're going, I'm not so sure you're going on recess, Mr. Speaker, so immediately we are back, or we convene back, I'll be ready with the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, and as I said on Tuesday, I want to encourage all of you to go for voluntary testing. It is absolutely important. You go for this voluntary testing so that when you go to the constituencies, you keep a safe distance. The member for Nyando, I can say you've already done it. Very well. Get the next section of that order is the responses. The Chairperson, Committee on Implementation, Honorable Olekenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a response to the statement on the House resolution to allocate Kenya shillings 3 billion towards COVID-19 mitigation measures. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the leader of Minority Party, Honorable John Badi, MP, sought leave of the House during the afternoon session of Thursday, 18th June 2020, to request for a statement on the implementation status of the House resolution to allocate 3 billion to various hospitals in the country to go towards COVID-19 mitigation measures. The limbs on the said statements are whether the funds have been disbursed, how much have been disbursed, if not, why have the funds not been disbursed. Honorable Speaker, the committee proceeded to call the Cabinet Secretary for Health to appear before the committee. And we had actually invited him on the 24th of this month. Unfortunately, he could not make it. But on the 30th of June, on the 30th of June, the PS, Principal Secretary, appeared. And Honorable Speaker, her response, though given, was not really very satisfactory. Honorable Speaker, her response was as follows: that 7 hospitals were allocated a total of Kenya shillings 3 billion in the supplementary estimate 2 for the year 2019-2020. And the allocations were as follows: Kenyatta National Hospital and Pagadi Hospital 600 million, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Research Hospital 500 million, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital 400 million, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital 400 million, Kitui Hospital 300 million, Mandara Hospital 300 million, and Coast General Hospital 500 million. Honorable Speaker, she further responded that the COVID-19 cases were actually on an upward trajectory, and that it was necessary to accelerate the containment of the pandemic. And the ministry required 2 billion for testing kits and for KMTC. Honorable Speaker, the ministry actually said that they had actually requested the National Treasury for the rationalization of the 3 billion approved by Parliament through supplementary estimate 3 for the financial year 2019-2020, which was to be applied as follows: 1.5 billion for testing kits and reagents, and 500 million for the expansion of Kenya Medical Training College, which is a treatment center for asymptomatic and mild cases. This is to avoid spreading the disease more so by the people who could not show the signs of the disease, and to protect the vulnerable members in the community. Honorable Speaker, on whether the funds were disbursed, the answer was that the funds were never disbursed. Honorable Speaker, when they appeared before us, they actually confirmed that they had appeared before the Budget and Operation Committee, and they had actually asked for the rationalization of the budget as follows: Kenyatta National Hospital, 250 million, Kenyatta University Hospital, 200 million, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital, 100 million, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, 200 million, Kitui Hospital, 50 million, Mandera Hospital, 50 million, Coast General Hospital, 150 million, and Kenya shillings 500 million for quarantine facilities. Honorable Speaker, the ministry confirmed that the Treasury actually disregarded their request and no money was ever disbursed. When the committee asked about the ring-fenced 3 billion, the 3 billion was actually ring-fenced for the said hospitals, which I have already mentioned. They said that they really needed to use the money for purposes of ensuring that this is contained. However, when pressed by the committee to explain how they could use money that was actually transferred by Parliament for other purposes, they confirmed to the committee that they will not do so. And they had actually requested the committee to follow up on assisting them actually meet the requirements. Honorable Speaker, some of the requests, because I think it's very important that this House gets to get the requests and assist this ministry, because if this Parliament does not assist this ministry, then we are facing a terrible pandemic, and people are going to really suffer more than anybody will ever want to believe. So they actually said that the major fund from the government of Kenya.
There is a point of order,
Yes.
Honorable Olekente.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, because what the Honorable Chair is giving, or the statement he's reading to the House, it's already passed. Mr. Speaker, if I remind this House that we went through the supplementary 3, and this matter that had been asked earlier by the Honorable Member was already addressed by this House. The matter was already sorted, and the money was reinforced back. And that is why we had to do the supplementary 3, where we got the money that the ministry wanted to use for other activities. We actually we got other money. So that money is reinforced, and I'm sure when the Honorable Member met with the ministry, we didn't have this new development. So whatever answer he's reading now, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct, and it's already passed. So I don't think we need to go on with the statement, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided.
I thought so, Honorable Kenta, because I am aware that these things were sorted out in the supplementary 3.
Honorable Speaker, in fact, I even personally reached out to my colleague, the Chair of Health, on this matter, and we were supposed to do it together. I know that money was actually allocated from the salaries, and that's what I'm going to conclude with. And I think we owe it to this House to give answers, because if she had given those answers before, this matter would never have come to the Committee on Implementation. It's actually a failure on her part as a Chair of Health to implement what she's supposed to implement. That's why this matter has come before us. So, Honorable Speaker,
The chairperson does not implement.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, she's supposed to follow up, because honestly, it was not for us to answer this question. It's for the minister, for
the Committee on Implementation is the one that is supposed to follow
answer.
up.
So, Honorable Speaker, the bottom line is there is an inordinate delay in the releasing of these funds. The blame is on the Treasury, And I think this is something that this House should actually address, because if money is released by Parliament, in fact, the 2 billion was from that travel allowance of members of Parliament. It was supposed to assist the Kenyan people, to save them from this disease. Up to now, it has not been released. And that is why this Committee on Health should have pursued this thing. Because what was the logic of actually passing that money or giving out that money? And it has not gone. It has not assisted the people. People are dying daily. So I think, Honorable Speaker, I might agree to some extent that it was overtaken by events. By the time we got this question, it was not overtaken by events, and I owe to this House.
Maybe
Yes.
something which, for the general information of membership,
Yes.
not just to the Honorable Kenta.
Yes.
The supplementary three bill was assented to on 30th. The accompanying warrants were also signed alongside the supplementary appropriation 3 bill. The signing of the warrants is the final process to authorize release of funds from the consolidated fund. And that I can confirm to you has happened. It's for that reason that I present the bills.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Then I think the Kenyan people should now, at least sleep knowing that at least they'll be attended to, and that that money will be passed as soon as possible to alleviate their suffering. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable Kenta. The next response is by the Chair of Transport, the Honorable Kosing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And straight to the point, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, the following honorable members requested for statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. One Honorable Speaker statement regarding status of construction of LWAC Fino roads by the Honorable Ibrahim Mude, MP, Lafe constituency. Number 2, statement also was sought by Honorable, statement was sought regarding the status and utilization of funds allocated for construction of Bomet Town, Kapkoros, Litain Road, Tenwek Hospital Road, and other roads to bitumen standards by the Honorable Ronald Tanui, MP, Bomet Central. And thirdly, Honorable Speaker, statement regarding compulsory transportation of cargo through the standard gauge railway by Honorable Abdusamad Sharif, MP from Vita. I would like to respond as follows, Honorable Speaker. Regarding number 1, which is LWAC Fino Road, the statement, Honorable Speaker, was responded by the ministry yesterday before the Honorable Member. And the Honorable Member was very satisfied with the response by the ministry, of which, Honorable Speaker, and then I table that response. Number 2, statement regarding the status of the roads in Bomet Town, Honorable Speaker. The ministry, as well as you guided us earlier, Honorable Speaker, that we invite the owners of the statements to appear before the ministry so that they can seek for further clarifications, which my committee did, Honorable Speaker, follow your instruction to the latter. The Honorable Member, Honorable Tanui, appeared before my committee yesterday at the ministry, of which, Honorable Speaker, according to our evaluation, Honorable Tanui was satisfied 80%. And therefore, the remaining 20%, Honorable Speaker, we referred the ministry to go back and be able to iron out. And the problem was who actually does the roads within Bomet Town and its environments. Between the national government and county government, Honorable Speaker, there was confusion. That confusion was not clear, Honorable Speaker, and therefore my committee, following your directive, referred the ministry to go and sort that confusion so that it can be cleared, and the further statement is filed before the House, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Tanui was with us, and he agreed on that point. Finally, Honorable Speaker, on the third statement, which was sought by Honorable Abdusamad, I therefore make the following response. That, Honorable Speaker, in regards, in August 2019, an order was issued jointly by Managing Director of Kenya Ports Authority, KPA, and Commissioner General, KRA, Honorable Speaker, amending or mandating the use of SGR to transport all import cargo destined for Nairobi and beyond. Honorable Speaker, subsequent to this, the minister issued an order suspending the above order by KPA and KRA. I want to confirm, Honorable Speaker, from the statement which I will table and respond to this statement, that order, Honorable Speaker, by two institutions, according to the CS, remains suspended. It is suspended, Honorable Speaker. Part 2 of that request for statement was about Mombasa, Naivasha, SGR cargo, which, Honorable Speaker, of course, you directed last week. And you gave us 1 month to file a comprehensive statement. But this is a preliminary, Honorable Speaker, which is that the minister is saying, in May 2020, he issued a directive on transit cargo that mandated the use of the SGR to transport transit cargo from Mombasa to Naivasha. The primary reasons for this directive, Honorable Speaker, was to contain the spread of COVID-19. And it was the result of consultations between the East African heads of state and the follow-up meeting by the ministers responsible for transport in all those countries, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I read, as I move forward, various stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, including our regional partners, states have requested for additional infrastructural investment at the Naivasha ICD, Honorable Speaker. And the ministry are making these investments as I speak to you and as I make this statement. This, Honorable Speaker, in addition, these additional investments include an expanded marshalling yard whose work has started and will be completed, Honorable Speaker, by 15 July 2020. Meanwhile, we continue to hold, that is the ministry, they continue to hold consultation with all stakeholders, including the Honorable Member of the statement. And this, Honorable Speaker, means, according to the ministry, the use of this Mombasa Naivasha ICD. And in that response, Honorable Speaker, the ministry says the service is no more compulsory. It is optional, Honorable Speaker. And as such, Honorable Speaker, because Honorable Member, as you directed earlier, appeared before the committee and the ministry, Honorable Speaker, we found this for the time being is satisfactory. But of course, Honorable Speaker, pending the bigger inquiry, which of course, as you ruled that my committee within 1 month will file a very comprehensive report, Honorable Speaker, seeking the House to resolve, so that, Honorable Speaker, we conclude and in earnest, Honorable Speaker, address this issue of SGR. The relationship between SGR and these own people, Honorable Speaker, we need to find a reconciliation, which I think we agreed yesterday, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Member was in my committee, and we agreed and followed your instruction, Honorable Speaker, that the ministry and the members are available to seek further clarification. It was done properly, Honorable Speaker. So within 1 month, I want to assure the House, Honorable Speaker, will now file a comprehensive report that is aiming at reconciling the people with SGR and SGR with the people, Honorable Speaker, so that we move together as a country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I table.
Member for Mvita. You can use Swahili. I'm sure you are more comfortable in Swahili.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Nitatumia lugha ya taifa Kiswahili. Bwana Spika, wiki iliyopita tuliweza kukubaliana na ukatoa amri ya kwa kamati ya uchukuzi iweze kukaa, na tukaweza kukaa jana. Na tukaweza kuafikiana vile alivyoweza kuzungumza mwenzangu kwa Kiingereza ya kwa hii oda ya ulazimishaji wa mizigo makasha kupelekwa nchi za ng'ambo kuwa ni lazima itumie SGR. Kwa hivi sasa hivi hiyo oda kama vile ilivyokuwa ya kwanza ya kupeleka mzigo mpaka Nairobi, hii ya pili ambayo walioifanya leo Julai tarehe 2 mwaka 2020 haipo tena. Wameinua amri hiyo, na hii Bwana Spika si ushindi wa ubishani, lakini ni ushindi wa hikma ya kutumia sheria vile inavyotakikana. Pili Bwana Spika, ni kuomba kwa sababu jumba hili likiweza kutengeza miswada na sheria, tunawaomba wakurugenzi wa reli, wakurugenzi wa halmashauri ya bandari ya Kenya, wakurugenzi wa halmashauri ya kukusanya fedha Kenya hii, Kenya Revenue Authority, wasitafute sababu ya hawakuambiwa. Hili bunge lina nguvu kuliko, na nina imani kwa wale wenye kutufahamu wataelewa ya kuwa hawataki vita na sisi. Kwa hivyo amri hii iweze kutekelezwa bila kusubiri wala bila ya jambo lolote. Na mwishowe, Bwana Spika, tumeweza kukubaliana na mwenzangu na tutaregea majumbani na kuzungumza na washikadau wote, wale ambao kwamba ni mawakili, wafanyibiashara, wale wenye kuhusika na mambo ya poti. Mwisho wa kwisha, muhimu zaidi, tunasema ya kuwa ni njia gani SGR itawafaa watu wa Mombasa na wengine wa pwani kwa jumla, na sio watu wa Mombasa na wa pwani waifae SGR. Na pili, pia tutaenda sambamba na kuhusiana na mambo ya bandari, ya kwa ni njia gani bandari yetu itaweza kutufaa sisi kama ikiwafaa wengine, na sio sisi kuifaa bandari. Asante sana Bwana Spika, na leo ni wazi ya kuwa bunge limeonesha ya kuwa lina hamu ya wananchi wa Kenya katika masala haya.
It's a win for the people. The Honorable Kosing, you have to respond also to, are you the one or who is it? The state request by the Honorable Ronan Tonui. Are you the one to respond?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, and I did. I did respond for Honorable Tanui.
Oh, very well, very well.
Yes, and I also did respond for Honorable Ibrahim Mude.
Oh, both of them, eh?
Yes, Your Speaker.
Is the Honorable Ibrahim Mude in the chamber? Or the Honorable Tonui? The Honorable Tonui, yes, I can see you. Can you put your intervention button? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I confirm I appeared before the committee, but the response which was given, we did agree that it was not well done. I believe the ministry referred it to Kura, while it should have been handled by the ministry headquarters. So the response by the Kura was inadequate, and I believe the committee directed the CS to go back and come with another statement. I think that was the true position. So the issue of 80%, 20% is not accurate. It's highly misleading. There was nothing which was done on it. It was rescheduled for another sitting in 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Can we get the response from the Chair of Environment on the request by the Honorable Mwashako?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the member for Undanyi, the Honorable Danson Mwasako, MP, sought for a statement on mining royalties and community development agreements from the mining activities of the large-scale miners, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C. He specifically raised the following concerns in the statement. 1, the ministry to provide a list of all large-scale mining companies in the coast region and the amount paid by each as royalties since the enactment of the Mining Act 2016. 2, whether the royalties being paid prior to the Mining Act 2016, how much had each company paid by then in the coast region, and whether the community will get any share of these royalties. 3, a tabulation of the ministry of the actual share of royalties in shillings going to the 3 main beneficiaries as per the Mining Act 70-2010, that is the national government getting 70, county government 20, and the community getting 10. And 4, the ministry to give a clear roadmap and actual date that the ministry shall operationalize the share of royalties, and more so, what the community expects. And 4, Mr. Speaker, the quantities of iron ore which has been extracted annually in Kususha location, Undanyi constituency for the last 10 years, and the ministry to provide information on the quantities moved, transferred by Wanjara Mining and Sangani after obtaining the court order, and how much royalties have been paid on this particular consignment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member sought how the ministry safeguarded the 1% community share of the total annual revenue as stipulated in the Mining Act and the amount due to the people of Kisushe, Undanyi, since the Act came into force. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Community Development Agreement, CDAs, that have been gazetted, and that those that are still outstanding in coast, and the inauguration of once gazetted. Mr. Speaker, the committee engaged the Minister of Petroleum and Mining on the above concerns raised by the Honorable Mwashako. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, wish to respond to the above issues as follows. One, on the list of large-scale mining companies on coast region and the amount paid by each as royalties since the enactment of the Mining Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, currently there are only 3 mining licenses in the coast region, which include the following. One, we have the Base Titanium Limited, which is covering 16.7 square kilometers and mining titanium. The lease starts from 2004 to 2025, and it is based in Kwale County. Then we have Lockland Limited, which is covering 0.799 square kilometers, and it is mining gemstone. And the license is valid from 1991 to 2033, and it is domiciled in Taita Taveta County. Then we have Universal Resource International Limited, which is covering 1.8 square kilometers, and it is mining industrial mining minerals and manganese. And its license, it was granted in 2014, and it will be expiring in 2040, and it is based in Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, among the 3 companies with mining licenses in coast region, only 2 are in production as stipulated in this report, together with their shares of royalties paid to the national government. However, there are numerous small-scale mining permits for gemstone whose royalty contribution is on average about 20 kilometers annually. Mr. Speaker, I have a table here which is indicating the amount of royalties paid by Base Titanium and Lockland Limited from 2016 to 2019, and it is in the report which I will be able to table shortly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on whether the mineral royalties were being paid prior to the Mining Act 2016 and how much had each company paid by then in the coast region, and whether the community will get a share of this royalty. Mr. Speaker, legal notice number 187 of 2013 imposed royalty payment for all the minerals sold. Prior to this notice, only holders of the mining leases were liable to pay royalties as one of the conditions in the lease. Mr. Speaker, we have the Base Titanium, which I have given the tabulation of how much they paid in 2014, which is around 171,000, and 2015, the Base Titanium paid 307,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on tabulation of the actual shares of royalties in shillings going to the 3 main beneficiaries as per the Mining Act 70/2010, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. Royalties are classified as national government revenue paid to the consolidated fund. Currently, there is no provision for direct sharing of royalties. However, the Mining Act 2016 provides for a royalty sharing formula of 70% to the national government, 20% to the county government, and 10% to the community, to the mining communities, Mr. Speaker. To enable sharing of the royalties, Mr. Speaker, the government, through the State Department of Mining, drafted minerals royalty sharing regulations under the Public Finance Management Act. These regulations are still under consideration by the National Treasury. Currently, Mr. Speaker, royalties are not being shared in absence of the neighboring legal instrument. Sharing of the royalties will commence once the National Treasury publishes the regulations. Mr. Speaker, on a clear roadmap and actual date that the ministry shall personalize the share of royalties, more so when we expect the communities and the county allocation to be released from the central account in Central Bank. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. A loyalty sharing roadmap will be developed once the loyalty sharing framework is established by way of publication of the regulations by the national government. So, Mr. Speaker, as soon as these regulations are put in place, then the roadmap will be communicated. Mr. Speaker, on quantities of iron ore that have been extracted annually in Kishushe location, Undanyi constituency for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the quantity of sales or export of iron ore extracted from Kishushe by RK, Shangani, Wanjara Mining Company for the last 10 years has been tabulated as per the data which I'm going to table, Mr. Speaker. However, due to the protracted dispute between Wanjara Mining Company Limited and Kishushe Launching Cooperative Society Limited, who are the land owners on land ownership concept, no iron ore transportation and export were done for the period from 2015 to 2017. And Mr. Speaker, there's a table which is annexed in this report. Mr. Speaker, on quantities of iron ore moved or transferred by mining, by Wanjara and mining after obtaining the court order and royalties paid on this particular consignment, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. RK Shangan transferred about 109,700 metric tons of iron ore from Kishushe to their yard in Mombasa after the court order. That is out of court settlement of 26 February 2018. About 55,000 metric tons of the transferred amount was exported in July 2019, and a total of 35 million Kenya shillings paid as royalty. The remainder amount of about 57,700 metric tons of iron ore is still lying at Mr. RK Shangan Yard in Messrs. RK Shangan Yard in Mombasa awaiting export. Mr. Speaker, on how the ministry has stipulated in the Mining Act safeguarded 1% community share of the total revenue and how much is due to the people of Kishushe, Undanyi, since the Act came into force, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. That the ministry has drafted Community Development Agreement, CDA's guideline, which have undergone public participation. The draft now is before the Attorney General, and the same will be presented to Parliament in line with the Statutory Instrument Act for approval. These guidelines provides for how the funds are to be used, accounted for, as well as the code of conduct of the mining rights order and the committee. Mr. Speaker, the amount due to the community is at least 1% gross sales per calendar year. The SNDA takes effect from the date it is entered into between the company and the respective community. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on community development agreement, CNDAs gazetted, and one which are still outstanding in the coast region, and when the inaugurations of new ones gazetted. Mr. Speaker, the following are the gazetted CNDAs in the coast region. We have some Buddha Resource Kenya Limited, which is based in Kishushe community, Kenyan Gazette number 1628 of 21st February 2020, which is in Taveta County. We have based Titanium Limited, Mulima Mwiti Resettlement Scheme, and you have Lungalungas in sub-county with Kenyan Gazette notice number 1626 of February 2020, which is based in Kwale. And also we have based Titanium in Musambweni sub-county and based Titanium in Likon sub-county, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chair. When I raised the statement, I saw the statement, he was not in the chamber. The statement has taken a whole month, Honorable Speaker, which is not right. We sought this statement on 4th of last month, and today is 2nd, so we have done a whole month. So I expected an extremely comprehensive statement. 2 weeks ago, Honorable Speaker, we had an opportunity to meet the CAS before the committee, and I really raised I raised issues that I expected in their report following my seeking of the statement. Honorable Speaker, a number of those things we raised in the committee have not been brought. This is the same statement the CS read before the committee. So when I raised the many issues, none of them have been captured. And I don't want to even mention them here, Mr. Speaker, because it will take time. So I don't know how you can, I'll seek your indulgence again. If we raise, let me give you an example, quick example. They're introducing a company called Samruda Investment as the one that have entered into a community development agreement with the community. Yet in their first table, they're not even showing that company as one of the large-scale companies in Taita Taveta or in Coast Region. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I asked about how much has accrued in the CBK account as royalties, because the community back home, Mr. Honorable Speaker, have been told that we expect about 6 billion shillings to come back to the community. So I wanted through this statement to put that to rest, to know exactly how much will the community get after the regulations come through this house, Mr. Speaker. But now they're just saying, because we have no regulations, we cannot speak about that. And yet, every year, Mr. Speaker, we know like this year, that's financial year, Mr. Honorable Speaker, 1.6 billion was collected as royalties. So what we wanted to know is, out of that, 2019-2020, what is the share for the people of Kishushe, people of Kwale, and others? But now, the statement is not mentioning any amounts. It is saying, because there are no regulations, money will not, it seems like we have nothing. Mr. Speaker, I'll finally say this. I suspect that Treasury, and of course the Department of Mining, is hiding something in this. That every year, why regulations are taking too long? The act was passed in 2016.
Just a minute. Member for Wajir North. You are in this chamber without a mask. Get out, get out, get out, get out, out. Sergeant Adams, you make sure that member is out. We can't be the ones not following the health protocols. If you are doing this in the chamber, that just explains how you people are behaving out in the constituencies. I said it goes out for the balance of the day. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm just mentioning that I suspect there's a conspiracy between the Treasury and the Ministry of Mining and Petroleum, because these regulations that are being mentioned here that we are waiting for have taken 4 years. Yet, the Treasury and through the Mining Ministry is not telling us how much has accumulated in the CBK account as royalties, meaning either this money has been utilized for other things, meaning there is nothing. So the community should expect nothing. Because if this money is intact, they should tell us under best titanium, this is the amount that has accumulated. We are just waiting for regulation.
Honor Mwashako, so that we don't do things in vain. Why don't you move by way of a motion seeking specific resolutions?
Okay.
Because now, the issues we are raising, they obviously are very pertinent.
Yes.
But I have no answers for them.
Okay.
I suspect that the chairman is not going to give you any answer.
Okay.
But if you had brought a motion here seeking specific resolutions by this House,
okay,
especially on the lines that you are now raising,
yes,
then there will be something for a follow-up by the Committee on Implementation.
Okay.
Yeah? Because we shouldn't be seen to act in vain. If regulations have not been made, why?
Okay.
That's a question that needs to be asked. And whoever is supposed to make those regulations, why are they sleeping on the job?
I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. I'll grow this to a motion, but maybe just as I sit, just to mention that I think it's important that these ministries take Parliament work serious. It's really disappointing. After sitting for 2 hours with the CAS, the statement did not even change a comma. So I think they need to take us serious. But I stand guided. I will develop this into a motion so that then the House can converse and make resolution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order. Leader of the majority, do you have any statement on business?
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 44.2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met today, Thursday, July the 2nd, 2020 at 10 a.m. to prioritize business for consideration. The House is scheduled to proceed on a short recess commencing tomorrow in accordance with the calendar of the House as amended on Tuesday, June 30th, 2020. In this regard, the House Business Committee has not scheduled any business for next week. However, upon resumption from recess on Tuesday, July 28th, 2020, the following business will be prioritized, and that will be consideration in the Committee of the Whole House of the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36, 2018, that is if we do not commence or do not conclude it today, and the Gaming Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2019. We'll also be looking at consideration in second reading of the Refugees Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, again, if we do not conclude on it today. The Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, which is a Senate Bill number 27 of 2018, and the County Law Compliance and Enforcement Bill, which is a Senate Bill number 25 of 2018. Consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2020 and third generation allocation formula for counties. Mr. Speaker, the two instruments are before the Senate, and should these instruments be received next week, they may be referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration, and thereafter, the House may be recalled for a special sitting to consider them. On the other hand, should the recess be reached before the two documents are submitted to the National Assembly, they shall be referred to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to, that is if they are reached today, pursuant to the procedural motion that was passed on June 30th. You may also recall that the House Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning is currently considering the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for approval as the Auditor General. And further aware that the House, by resolution passed on 30th of June, extended the time for consideration of the nominee by a further period of 14 days from 8th of July, 2020. It therefore means that the extended timeline will lapse on July 21st, when we will still be on recess. And in this regard, we anticipate that the House will be recalled for a special sitting to consider the nominee. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on 30th of July 2020 to consider business for the week beginning August the 4th, 2020. Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Honorable John Bandy, you have an intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under that same standing order 44, 2B, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, as the case may be, or their designees, may make a statement relating to their responsibilities in the House or the activities of a committee. Mr. Speaker, it's on that basis that I sought for a statement on the issue of the 3 billion expenditure under Health Ministry. So this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I want to direct a concern to the Ministry, the Departmental Committee for Education, Research and Technology. Mr. Speaker, there is 6.6 billion that this House allocated under Supplementary Budget 2, which was meant for payment of salaries to university staff. And Mr. Speaker, it was very specific to university staff. Mr. Speaker, up to now, the information I have is that that money has not been released to various universities. And therefore, I want to call upon the chair, the Departmental Committee on Education, as a way of oversight for this House to follow up this matter, invite the relevant cabinet secretary or the accounting officer to explain why the universities have not received this money to make payment to the university staff who are promised this money through, there was a collective bargain agreement. Finally, Mr. Speaker, or second to that, Mr. Speaker, there is also a concern, which I also want to ask the committee to deal with, that same committee, and the concern is regarding the release of free primary and free secondary education funds. Because most schools, Mr. Speaker, the operations and payment of salaries to the teachers who are employed by BOM and other staff, those Kenyans are not receiving anything now. And with this, the difficulty that we are facing as a result of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult for these Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, could the committee deal with this matter and report back to the House as a way of oversighting funds that have already been voted for by this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. The Committee on Education is accordingly directed to delve into the matter and report to the House when the House reconvenes. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded on Tuesday. What remained was for the question to be put, which I hereby do, that this House adopts the report to the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2020, legal notice number 69 of 2020, laid to the table of the House on Thursday, June 25th, 2020, pursuant to provisions of Section 180 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, approves the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations of 2020. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Care and Protection of Older Persons of Society Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, mover to reply, second reading, mover to reply and question to be put.
Mover. What's the mover of this bill? The chair of Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare? Or any member of the committee who can reply? I can say the Honorable David Olesankok is ready to reply.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I beg to reply.
I put the question, which is that the care and protection of the older members of society bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 57 of the Constitution to provide a framework for the care of older members of society to establish a framework for the empowerment and protection of the elderly and the maintenance of their well-being, safety, and security, and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 10, motion, appointment of a member to the House Business Committee.
The chairperson, Committee on Selection, Leader Majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders, Order number 171-2, and further to the resolution of the House, on February 13, 2020, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Mohammed Abdikaim Osman MP to the House Business Committee, in addition to those specified under paragraphs A, B, C, D, E, and F. Mr. Speaker, the House will recall that the Honorable Eden Duale used to sit in the House Business Committee as the leader of government business, and I was also a member of the House Business Committee. And now with the changes that took place, we find that we have a vacancy, which the House Business Committee did approve that we appoint the Honorable Mohammed Osman to come into the Business Committee and at least fill that vacancy that is there. This is one of the powers reserved for the House Business Committee. It doesn't go through the selection, and we would really wish to ask the membership to approve so that the House Business Committee is fully constituted. I really don't want to belabor that. I would like to propose to move and ask the Honorable Body to second.
Honorable Leader of Minority.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Leader of Majority has said it all. We had, when Duale was the Leader of Majority, Honorable Kimunya was also a member of the House Business Committee. But now, by virtue of him being Leader of Majority, he automatically becomes a member, but his position is vacant. Because again, I think it would not be tidy to keep Honorable Duale in that committee. I think it just makes sense that we replace Duale from that committee with someone else. And I think that is what we are proposing, and I second.
Well, Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to provision of Standing Order 171, subsection 2, and further to the resolution of this House on February 13, 2020, this House now approves the appointment of the Honorable Mohammed Abdikaim Osman MP to the House Business Committee, in addition to those specified under paragraphs A, B, C, D, E, and F. Right? Read of the House that I put the question. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 171, subsection 2, and further to the resolution of this House on February 13, 2020, this House now approves the appointment of the Honorable Mohammed Abdikaim Osman MP to the House Business Committee, in addition to those specified under paragraphs A, B, C, D, E, and F. With as many as one opinion say aye, aye. As many as a counter opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, appointment of a member to the Committee of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges.
Honorable Kimunya.
Honorable Speaker, this appointment under this order is tied to appointments in the next order. In that there's already an existing member in the powers and privileges. And because, Honorable Speaker, I intend to request that we step down order number 12 for further consultations because much as we are ready within the Jubilee Coalition I gather, I've got feelers that perhaps there is some consultation that are still to be held within the minority. So, and to be able to carry the full list for the entire House, it's important that we give room for that negotiation and people to consult and be comfortable. And also it gives us an opportunity, even from our own side, to reconsider where people may feel that they are still in one committee or they probably have not been fully considered. So, because I'll be asking for a stepping down of order number 12, could I also ask that we step down order number 11, and then what we'll do, we will take some time between now and next week, and when we are ready, when we perhaps reconvene to approve the Auditor General or some other point, I'll then write to you to give us a specific date when we can come and approve this list. Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit.
Very well. Looks like there is broad support. Apparently there is bipartisan approval. Let me hear the Honorable John Bandy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I had some issues which we need to resolve with my colleague from the other side, the Leader of Majority. And I'm happy that the Leader of Majority has seen his fist for us to consult. This is the spirit of the handshake, the spirit of negotiation, consultation, and agreeing on the way forward. I want to thank the Leader of Majority, and that is in concurrence with the minority side. I support the withdrawal.
So in that case, when the Leader of Majority said he intends to apply for stepping down of the next order, but in the meantime, for the reasons stated, I agree to the request and order that the business appearing as order number 11 be stood down. So we move to the next order.
Order number 12, motion. Appointment of members to various committees.
Chair of Selection Committee, the Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I would formally request that we step down order number 12 for the reasons I advanced earlier.
I think this does not require, it appears like everybody is desirous so that happens. And therefore, you see, this is the problem of you have not read the standing orders. It was a request. There is no question to be put. The request was not made to the House, it was made to the Speaker. So I agree to the request for the reasons that have been already explained. Stand down the business and allow for further and other consultations. Maybe the Honorable, is it the Honorable Kaki Nyamai who said further, other, and better. And mother. Now what is that? Please do the consultations. I'm always available to do the needful. I had received an indication that the member for Tigania West, before we go to the next order, intended to make some representation to the House. Before we go to the next order, order number 13, which is Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand on behalf of the Vice Chair of the Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries Committee because of what you said about the committee. It doesn't have the chair, and the Vice Chair is our whip. Honorable Speaker, he asked me to stand before the House and move the amendments. But Honorable Speaker, upon consultations, I stand to request that we defer or we stand down the business as listed in order number 13 for various reasons. I would like to cite the following reasons. as the reasons
Is
why.
is it the entire order number 13? I thought there's a specific one.
No, it is specifically the 13.2, which is the T bill, the Senate bill number 36 of 2018, which was supposed to go to the committee of the whole House this afternoon. Honourable Speaker, this bill has elicited a lot of interest. Tea is a very important sector in the country, and also it has a lot of interest. We have had interest inside from within and from without. And I want to thank the members, very many of them who have already submitted their amendments, which were supposed to be considered today. Honourable Speaker, we have looked through the amendments proposed by the members and the amendments proposed by the committee. And we have realized that there is a lot of interfacing. And therefore, we are requesting that we be given some time to do some winnowing so that we can present to the House amendments that do not necessarily cause a lot of repetition and which will create the due clarity so that when we go for mediation, which we are sure we will, then we will be able to have a very clear document that can be useful for the negotiation. Honourable Speaker, I submit.
I think the Honourable Dr. Mutunga has given very valid reasons. And because the committee doesn't have a chairperson, the vice chair, who is the majority whip, is indisposed, not in the House. I think it's only fair that we allow also. I've also looked through these various proposed amendments, and I would encourage the various members who have proposed amendments to also have a chance to sit with the committee, see whether you can be able to bridge the gap so that what comes to the House is not so many of those amendments. Where there is ability to concur. If you are unable to agree, then I think your amendments will still be considered by the committee of the whole House. But for the reasons stated, I therefore order that business appearing as order number 13, Roman 2, being the T bill, Senate bill number 36 of 2018, be stood down. Move to the next order.
Order number 13, Committee of the Whole House.
Order members, we are now going to the Committee of the Whole House to consider the President's reservation to the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020.
The President's recommendations to Clause 2.
Order, honorable members, I propose a question that the President's recommendation to Clause 2 be considered. And I thought I should be calling the leader of majority party. Okay, so you are the one taking, and you are seated in an extremely difficult position to manage. So proceed, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the proposed Section 2A be deleted and be substituted, therefore, with the following new Section 2A as recommended by the President Memoranda. Section 2A, that notwithstanding the provisions of Section 1, the Parliamentary Service Commission may, with the approval of the National Assembly, establish the following public funds: Parliamentary Mortgage Members Scheme Fund. B, Parliamentary Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund. C, Parliamentary Car Loan Members Scheme Fund. D, Parliamentary Car Loan Staff Scheme Fund. And E, Parliamentary Catering for purposes of Parliament or a House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations of the President have been wholly accommodated, and the members of our committee sat and came up with a report recommending the adoption of the President's reservations as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So I propose a question which is at clause 2 be amended as recommended by His Excellency, the President. Any member would want to speak to it? Well, we could give 2 members, honestly, honorable members. Let's have, I think Honorable Sankok surely has something to say.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And the import of this one is very clear, that we may end up, if it is not well structured, we may end up having duplication of funds that are available in the national or county government. Funds like Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, and so on. But when it is specific that only funds that are supposed to be used by within the House of Parliament, then the President reservation we really do support. Is a very good advice that the President have given to this House, and we take it wholeheartedly and we do support it.
Okay, let's hear from the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honorable Namsi Shaban.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to also say something about the President's memorandum. The mortgage for members, and, mortgage and car loan for members and also for the staff of Parliamentary Service Commission has been running as a revolving fund. And even then, it was through some regulations, and the way it was running, we felt there's something more that we need to do so that it can be a fund that can be relied on. Despite all the difficulties that were there in terms of running it, I must also commend that our administrator, who is the clerk of the National Assembly, has done a fantastic job. But now we are very, very happy that His Excellency the President has actually recognized it and felt it should be part of our Public Finance Management Act.
Okay. Maybe lastly, the Honorable Dr. Nyikal. It's nothing medical, by the way. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. As I stand to support this, Mr. Speaker, I just would like the Parliamentary Service Commission to be extremely careful when they are implementing the car loan. I hope it will not meant to replace the funds that people have been getting for cars, because that then would disadvantage members of Parliament, because compared to other state officers of their level who actually have cars for the which they use on a daily basis, which are given by the government, if this is removed, then you will be having your cars which you are servicing on your own. So I think that is the only thing the Service Commission should look at when they are implementing. Otherwise, I support.
Okay. So, honorable members, I put the question, which is at clause 2, be amended as recommended by His Excellency the President. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And that marks the end, and therefore I call the mover to move reporting of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Chair. I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the President's recommendation to the Public Finance Management Act, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments. And I request the leader
No,
of majority.
you will not request anybody.
Thank you, Mr.
I will do that on your behalf if there is need be for now. But what I'll proceed to do is to put the question, And I proceed to put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its recommendation, its consideration of the President's recommendation to the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Chair.
Oh,
You
yes,
have it.
I have it now. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the President's recommendation to the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Mover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Kimunya, Leader of Majority, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Kimunya.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second and really to thank both the committee and His Excellency the President for facilitating the creation of these funds within Parliament so that we can at least be fast-tracked and without having to, every time there's an issue, have to refer it to the Treasury. So there's a lot of self-regulation that will be built into this for the better management of the fund to facilitate of members. So Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Order, members. I go on to propose a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Should I proceed to put the question, members? Okay, I go on to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Do you move to the next order? Let's now move to the next order.
Order number 14, the Refugee Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, second reading.
The Leader of Majority.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Refugees Bill 2019 be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, the principal object of this bill is really to provide for mechanisms for the recognition, the protection, and management of refugees, which will then give effect to the 1951 United Nations Convention that relates to the status of refugees, together with the 1967 protocol that relates to the status of refugees, and the 1969 OAU Convention, OAU as it was known then, the Organization of African Unity, I believe now is African Union, Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa. And Madam Speaker, you know, every Kenyan who lives in Kenya knows that we are one of the biggest hosts of refugees from within the region. So this bill comes in at a critical time when we really have to look at how do we recognize refugees, how do we protect them, how do we manage them, so that even as they come within our borders from the neighborhood, there's a proper legal framework that puts into effect all these other protocols and conventions that have been passed and which, as per our constitution, we have already domesticated. Honorable Speaker, clause 3 of the bill basically provides the definition of a refugee. And the details of that are contained within the bill, so I really don't want to have to go through all that. But we are talking about a refugee in Kenya, and who is obviously because they're fearing persecution, either because of culture, because of religion, because of their political beliefs, and they have left their country of birth or country of origin, migrated into Kenya, and hence then been, and we need to then figure out how do we then know that, or say A is a refugee and B is not a refugee. And the bill then basically puts that into context and defines who a refugee is, which is the person who has been compelled to leave his or her place of habitual residence in order to seek refuge in another place outside his or her country of origin or nationality due to all those other conditions and stable public order within their country of origin. And it also gives an opportunity for the cabinet secretary in charge on the recommendation of a Refugee Advisory Council to also designate a person as a refugee. Madam Speaker, the bill establishes some administrative units under Part 2, basically a Department of Refugee Services. It also does the Refugee Advisory Committee and the Refugee Status Appeals Committee, which organs will then work together in terms of the determination and management of refugees. Particularly Clause 7, Madam Speaker, establishes the Department of Refugee Services. Clause 9 establishes the Refugee Advisory Committee. Clause 11 establishes the Refugee Status Appeals Committee. And basically this committee will be the successor to the Appeals Board that was established under the Refugees Act of 2006, and whose main function shall be to hear and determine the appeals. Honorable Speaker, this bill contains elaborate provisions that relate to the regulation of the application for refugee status, and these are captured within Part 3 for members who've looked at and will be getting a bigger report, and who has also looked at the committee report. Further, Clause 13, Madam Speaker, establishes the Refugee Status Eligibility Panel, whose function shall be to review recommendations made on refugee status determination. Allow me to give a brief summary of the contents of the bill. Basically, Part 1, as usual, contains the preliminary provisions, title, the short title, commencement, interpretation, and definitions. And also in terms of who can be included, who can be excluded from refugee status, and when do you cease to be a refugee. Part 2, Honorable Speaker, contains the provisions mainly on administrative matters. Part 3, provisions on application for refugee status. Part 4, provisions on reception for refugees and how they are treated in terms of refugees and asylum seekers. And basically from the time they enter Kenya, how they are designated, what's the duties of the refugee reception officers, the security screening, all that is now captured within Part 4. Madam Speaker, within Part 5, we're looking at the rights and duties of the refugees and the asylum seekers within Kenya. And Part 6 then looks at the control of the designated areas. And I think here is where we members need to just look through, because the provision, you know, it's, for example, our Kakuma areas becomes a designated area. Then what are the requirements to reside within a designated area? How do you control a designated area? How do you restrict persons within that area? And it also provides, at this point, the interlink between the county government and the national government, because obviously these people will be within counties. And that's all covered within Part 6. Then Part 7 talks of, or covers the whole issue of the integration, the repatriation, and resettlement of refugees, because they will not be refugees forever, and at some point, they will need to be reintegrated back into their communities, or reintegrated within the host communities, and the modalities of that. And particularly the consideration of refugees in terms of matters, development, affirmative action for women, children, and persons with disability, voluntary repatriations, and resettlement of refugees within Kenya. And the next provisions, miscellaneous, are contained within Part 8. Again, that will cover the issues of the register for refugees, asylum seekers, offenses and penalties, and the repeal of the Refugees Act Cap 173. That is as well as the transitional provisions moving from the existing law to the new law when passed by this Parliament. And obviously, Part 10 then contains provisions on delegated legislation and empowers the Cabinet Secretary to make provisions generally for giving effect to this Act and for prescribing anything that is not covered. So, Madam Speaker, I believe this is timely. Like I said, Kenya is host to several people from our destabilized neighborhood. I'm not sure we have many Kenyans out there, or any Kenyans out there, claiming to be refugees. We've always been, you know, the haven of peace. And we would hope that we will be, through this bill, and the proper management will be setting the standard for the rest of the world in terms of how you host people who have been destabilized in their countries. So they feel that because there are problems in their countries of origin, and they seek safe haven in other countries, they are not treated as lesser human beings than they were, or they would like to be. And I believe that's the spirit of this, and I want to really thank the committee, because I know they've done extensive work, and they will take us in detail, and then the members would be free to ventilate and enrich this bill, so that by the time we come to committee, we can have a model bill for the rest of the world. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and I'll ask the Honorable Paul Konange, who is the chair of the parliamentary committee that is charged with this on security and administration, to second.
Honorable Koinange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion on the following grounds. Madam Speaker, the Refugee Bill 2019, National Assembly Bill number 62, was read for the first time on 10th September 2019 and committed to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security for consideration and report to the House pursuant to Standing Order 216, bracket 5, in bracket C. Madam Speaker, consequently, in accordance to Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127 in bracket 3, the committee sought views from the public by way of written memoranda and further conducted public hearing in the following counties: Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Garissa, and Turkana. Organizations and institutions that made representation to the committee on the bill include the following: County Government of Garissa, refugee leaders in Nakuru County, refugees living in Dadaab, Refugee Consortium of Kenya, Danish Refugee Council of Kenya, Kituo cha Sheria, United Nations Commission for Refugees, Amnesty International, and International Rescue Committee. Madam Speaker, other individuals who submitted their proposals to the committee include Francis Joroge and Alan Murioki of Strathmore Law School, and Ekai Nabenyo, a lawyer, and representatives of host communities in Turkana. Madam Speaker, the committee noted various comments in support of or against provisions in the bill and recommends amendments to the bill as provided in the report. Madam Speaker, permit me to highlight important provisions in the bill that deal with the issue of refugees and their protection, first and foremost by dint of Articles 22 in bracket 5 and Article 2 in bracket 6 of the Constitution. All international conventions that have been ratified by Kenya now form part of Kenya law. These include the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Refugee Convention, and the Protocol relating to the status of refugee, the OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa, and the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights. The treaties play a complementary role in ensuring the protection of refugees. Madam Speaker, the bill provides for the institutional and legal framework for the recognition, protection, and management of refugees. The bill establishes various offices and institutions, which include the Department of Refugee Services, the Commissioner for Refugee Affairs, Refugee Advisory Committee, Refugee Status Appeals Committee, and the Refugee Status Eligibility Panel. These institutions are tasked with the coordination of activities and programs relating to refugees, provision of adequate facilities and services for the protection, reception, and care of asylum seekers and refugees within Kenya, among others. Madam Speaker, the bill is underpinned by a number of fundamental principles, mostly, notably, one, non-discrimination where provisions of all bill are to be applied without a discrimination as to race, religion, origin of country, age, among others. The principles of non-refoulement, which provide that no one shall expel or return a refugee against his or her will to a territory where he or she fears threats to life or freedom. And finally, refugee self-reliance, as provided for in clause 28 in bracket 4 of the bill. It states that refugees shall be enabled to contribute to the economic and social development of Kenya. This has been further enhanced in providing required documentation at both levels of government. Madam Speaker, the committee proposed amendments to the bill for consideration in Committee of the Whole House, most notably, 1, clause 28 of the bill, in which the committee proposes to insert new clauses that relate to the right of the refugee to work that will enable a refugee to contribute to the Kenya economy. Right of
Chair,
documentation.
I hope you're winding up, Chair.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Was that a mistake? 5 more minutes. You have 5 more minutes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Right of documentation, right of freedom of movement, all these rights are subject to the laws applicable in Kenya. And secondly, Madam Speaker, inclusion of vulnerable persons, who include persons who have suffered trauma and persons of old age, as special groups that need special attention and protection afforded by authorities who undertake refuge processing activities, and finally, Madam Speaker, a new clause 39, which provides for confidentiality in handling refugee information. This is in line with Article 31 of the Constitution, which provides for the right to privacy and data protection. It is therefore my considered view that the enactment of this bill with the proposed amendments will enhance the realization of refugee rights in Kenya, and I invite members to read the report of the committee. Madam Speaker, I really truthfully want to thank my members of the committee. They took time to visit the refugee camps and to come up with the new amendments which are there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I go on to propose a question, which is that the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, be now read a second time. Let's start with the member for Mwea, Honorable Wachira Kabinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Madam Speaker, on the onset, I want to say I'm a member of the Committee on Administration and National Security, and we did visit most of our refugee camps, Madam Speaker, for us to come up with this particular proposal. Madam Speaker, the efforts to repeal Cap 173 that governs our refugees in our country started way back in the 11th Parliament. A lot of work was done. We relied on that effort to now improve on what we're having. Madam Speaker, as we are all aware, Kenya is the epicenter of peace in Eastern Africa. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is that we are also a host of a number of refugees in this region, Madam Speaker. And it is therefore very important that this country adopts the best of the bills to govern the affairs of refugees in this country. We want to live as an example. We want to ensure that even as we host refugees in this country, they become a resource to us and not a problem to this country, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that's being proposed by this bill is on the integration of refugees into the host communities, Madam Speaker, so that we do not only look at refugees as people who are living in secluded areas, but as people who can also contribute eminently to the economy of this country, Madam Speaker. It is therefore important that we come up with a bill that enables them to participate in the development agenda of our country. And also, Madam Speaker, we are also aware that even as we host them, some of the countries, neighboring countries where they come from, are also stabilizing. And for that reason, we also need to come up with a smooth way of enabling voluntary repatriation of these refugees, Madam Speaker. It is also important that we come up with a system, an online system, that will be able to track down the movements of these refugees, even as we allow integration into the communities, Madam Speaker. We did notice when we visited some of these areas that there are some of the refugees who are holding ID cards as Kenyan citizens, as well as refugee cards, Madam Speaker. And this is something that will be sorted out once we streamline our systems and ensure that the records are well kept, Madam Speaker. We are also looking at establishment of relevant institutions that will help in the management of the refugee affairs, Madam Speaker, so that we can learn from the past experiences and ensure that the management is streamlined, Madam Speaker. We also want to address some of the conflictual areas that have been in existence between the refugees and the communities, Madam Speaker. For the information of this House, it's important to note that in some of the instances, the refugees have been perceived or seen to be living in a better way than the communities, and hence causing some conflict between those communities. It is therefore important that even as we look at the welfare of the refugees, we also look at the communities to ensure that those conflictual areas are eliminated. We have a number of bodies that are being formed, including the appeals board, so that no longer one person makes a decision on the status of refugees, Madam Speaker, and also continually or have a continuous review of the processes that govern the refugees in this country through a committee. This bill proposes a committee to continually review the processes, the policies that govern the refugees in this country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I arise to support, and I'm sure we're now coming up with a bill that will be among the best in this region to govern.
Well said, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, please take note that you have 5 minutes so that you can put your thoughts in order. Let's have the Honorable Oundo Jambo, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support the Refugee Bill, National Bill of 2019, before us today. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has always been a safety haven, hosting members or families running away from chaos in the neighboring countries, especially Somalia, this DRC, Congo, and the rest. Honorable Speaker, probably this ability or our ability to host these refugees that has allowed us to receive international recognition. Honorable Speaker, refugees come with both benefits and problems, but probably it's more or less to focus on the benefits, on the good tidings of refugees, instead of focusing on the problems, because actually they're running away from problems, so initially they'll become a problem. But I have to agree with my colleague who has just contributed. There has been a continued feeling that refugees at times are treated far much better than the local communities, and hence probably this bill, after being refined, should try as much as possible address those challenges and those fears so that refugees are not seen as a nuisance, but as part and parcel of the problems as members of the national community we must bear for the purposes of offering humanity. Honorable Speaker, the bill is general administrative in nature, providing administrative organs or institutions to manage refugee affairs, dealing on the process of handling application to all the way to integration of a refugee. Honorable Speaker, however, there are a few issues that require us to be addressed. First of all, from where I sit, the first one is clause 20, dealing with women and children. Honorable Speaker, I would have expected, and I hope the committee will take this note, or will have to deal with the committee of the whole House, on the issue of protection of children. Children who are refugees and who reside in Kenya should be subjected to the same requirements as Kenyan children under the Children's Act, because they are here not by choice, but circumstances beyond their control. They are no longer having their youths, their years are running by, so unless they are given the same protection like Kenyans and the Children's Act, in the event they are ever integrated in a society, there will be a great mismatch between Kenyan children and these refugee children. Because once we accept refugees to come, we must accept that we are going to live with them for many years to come. Honorable Speaker, Part 7 of the bill talks about integration, repatriation, and resettlement of refugees. Honorable Speaker, in this country we have many refugees who have one way or another integrated in a society, but they have never been considered as useful members of this society. Probably at the time when we are going to Committee of the Whole House, we need to address that issue. What happens to refugee women who get married to Kenyan men and comply with the requirements of the relevant laws in terms of migration, and they are denied papers to justify their citizenship, for example, ID and the rest? What happens to these children who come here when they are toddlers, go through the education system, continue to offer services to this country, yet there is no provision on how they can be integrated in society? So those are some of the areas that we need to refine so that whatever bill we come up with is a bill that allows integration. Because places like US have grown, have developed because of immigrants, and have been very good at adopting immigrants. For us, we might also have to follow the same way so that we accommodate these refugees. With those few remarks, I support.
Honorable David Sankok.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I do support this bill, Honorable Speaker, because it is an idea whose time have come. And who am I to resist, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, Kenya has been a haven of peace in a continent that is marred by civil war, guerrilla war, and even coup d'etats. Honorable Speaker, so many people, when they have problems in their country, they will really want to come to a haven of peace like Kenya. Honorable Speaker, if you can remember, we have had 4 heads of states, all of them democratically elected, and 2 of them retired voluntarily and went home and handed over the baton of leadership. That is why we are admired from wide and far, Honorable Speaker, as a haven of peace. Honorable Speaker, and I want to congratulate the committee because they did extensive public participation. They interrogated communities that host refugees. They also interrogated organizations that are for the refugees, Honorable Speaker, and of the refugees. Honorable Speaker, they also brought on board the international instruments which Kenya ratified. Hence, they are part of our laws, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is high time, and that's why I support this bill. It's high time for us to rethink the whole issue of refugees, Honorable Speaker, because we can use them as human resource. If a lion can adapt a baby oryx, which is naturally food for it, why don't we as a country adapt these refugees and use them as a human resource, Honorable Speaker, as my colleague have alluded, that America is built because of immigrants, Honorable Speaker. We can adapt these refugees as immigrants, Honorable Speaker, and use them to steer our economy to greater heights, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most of them are qualified. Most of them are doctors, engineers, researchers, Honorable Speaker, teachers, Honorable Speaker. We can tap on that human resource, Honorable Speaker, because one single human brain channeled to proper use is more worth than all the gold mines in Ghana, is more worth than all the oil wells in Libya, Honorable Speaker. So if we can tap on this human resource, especially the human brain that the refugees come with it, Honorable Speaker, then we can be able to use them as a human resource, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it beats logics to seclude them and to kind of confine them. They are running from their countries because of threats to their lives, Honorable Speaker. And then we come and imprison them, confine them. Honorable Speaker, I think it is high time that we rethink about this issue of refugees, and this bill is addressing most of it, so that we can adapt them and use them to steer our economy, Honorable Speaker, because most of them are very qualified, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, children who are born to these refugees, Honorable Speaker, which crime do they have? Honorable Speaker, we have our own kids in our own background and backyards, Honorable Speaker. And we give them registration. And you know, Honorable Speaker, our constitution is very clear. Any child that is born within the borders of Kenya is qualified to be a Kenyan citizen. We should, Honorable Speaker, be able to give these children an opportunity to be part of us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and human resource is not easy to come by. Some of these refugees have taken them years of schooling, years in education, 8 years in primary, 4 years in secondary, and several years in colleges and universities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, ours is just to adapt them and to use that human resource to steer our economy. So, Honorable Speaker, I do support this bill 100%, and it should be fast-tracked so that we can start implementing it as soon as possible. So I request the committee, that is Honorable Koinange, to really fast-track it. We need it like yesterday. We need it to be implemented immediately. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oduol Adhiambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity to speak on this bill, the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill of number 62 of 2020. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I'd like to congratulate and thank the committee for putting and bringing a very clear exposition of a very important bill. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill specifically because the bill seeks indeed to help us as a country, both at the national and at the county government, to recognize, which is something we really need to do, those who come seeking asylum, to protect them, and also to protect the host communities, and, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that there can be clear management, and in particular, that we can maintain, Honorable Speaker, the rule of law, order, and really then be sure that we do not create problems as we seek to solve them. I, therefore, Honorable Speaker, looking in particular at the issue of coexistence and the manner in which Part 4, integration and repatriation and resettlement, seeks specifically to look at how there will be shared use of social amenities, but also ensures that there will not only be designated areas, but an attempt to provide a way of ensuring that these refugees not only feel at home, but also understand that they need to respect those that they found in the country, Madam Speaker. And I, therefore, would want, as I support this bill, to also take note, Honorable Speaker, that the bill takes into account the special attention that we give to vulnerable parts or members, the children and the women, and also seeks to ensure that attention will be given whenever there will be any assistance that is required. As I close, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that this, for me, is a very important concern, because with the COVID-19, for example, right now, Honorable Speaker, we have had cases not in Kenya, but in areas across the border, where as we seek to alleviate suffering of women and children, at times, if we don't have proper law and proper regulation, then those vulnerable groups like women and children have suffered. It is for this reason, Honorable Speaker, that I support the refugee bill, and I would want indeed to see that what we provide as a framework with the bill to allow not only peaceful coexistence, integration, and the protection and particular attention given as is required of different groups, and most importantly, that host communities would also be respected. I support the bill, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for opportunity.
Honorable Namsi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii pia mimi kuunga mkono mswada huu ambao utaleta sheria ya kusimamia wakimbizi wa nje. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya ikiwa mmoja wa Umoja wa Mataifa na wakiwa wameweka sahihi kwenye mikataba ya kusimamia masuala ya wakimbizi wa nje. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati umewadia kuwa hata sisi pia lazima tuweke sheria ambazo zinafatana na mujibu wa mikataba ambayo imetolewa na Umoja wa Mataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, si siri kwamba Kenya inalinda maslahi na imepeana tuseme makao kwa wakimbizi wa kutoka maeneo ya nchi jirani, haswa wale ambao wamekuwa na matatizo nyumbani kwao kule walikotoka na wakahamia huku kwetu, na walivyohamia hapa kwetu, Umoja wa Mataifa imekuwa ikishikana na serikali yetu ili kuhakikisha kuwa wakimbizi hawa wanaweza kuishi kwenye maeneo yale bila hali ya wasiwasi. Lakini ni vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika kuwa sheria hii ikishapitishwa ni kuwa itaweza kuwalinda wakimbizi hawa, lakini juu ya hapo pia wale ambao wamewapokea kwenye maeneo yao wanaweza kuishi vizuri wakiishi na wao kama majirani na kujua baada ya miaka hii yote hawa wamekuwa pia ndugu zetu. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri kufahamu ya kwamba kule ambako wakimbizi hawa wamekimbilia maeneo ya Kenya ni maeneo ambayo yana ukame, ugumu, na hata wale ambao wanaishi kama majirani ambao ndio wamewapokea maeneo yao pia wanahitaji na wanastahili pia kutambuliwa na Umoja wa Mataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, yangu ni kuunga mkono na kushukuru kwa serikali yetu kwa miaka hii yote imekuwa ikiwalinda wakimbizi wa nje, na vile vile tunajua kuwa watoto ambao wamezaliwa hapa nchini Kenya wanatakikana kuwa na haki kama watoto wetu wa hapa nchini, kwa sababu wakimbizi wengine wamekaa hapa miaka mingi, miaka zaidi ya 20, miaka zaidi ya 30, na wamejua kuwa hapa kwetu nchini Kenya ni kama kwao nyumbani. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
For 1 minute, I was confused as to whether refugee in Swahili is wakimbiaji ama wakimbizi.
Wakimbizi.
But I think it's wakimbizi. I'm educated. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I do support the bill, except I was hoping that the committee would have given us reasons why they are bringing a new bill after the old one. I don't know what mischief you are trying to redress, because I've looked at the new one, and there are really minor differences which could have really been through amendment. I'm happy that they have the non-refoulement provision. Even though the chair of the committee has spoken about the issue of non-discrimination as a principle, it is missing in the bill, so I'm hoping that they can provide for that. Madam Speaker, because of time, I will not get back to the background that members have said. I just want to raise some issues that I've noticed of concern, especially because we don't have that much time. Number one, in terms of definition, Madam Speaker, I would like to request the committee to expand the definition of shelter or essential services to include shelter as essential services, and also reproductive rights as an essential service. We have seen through COVID-19 that when you have responses that are health-related and you don't specify reproductive health, that women who are pregnant suffer. I am happy that the word spouse includes common law spouse, especially under the refugee circumstances. That is very likely to happen, that people will meet and marry. I'm also happy that they're including children born out of wedlock. I would encourage the committee to use the recognized international language. A treaty is not done, it is adopted. I would want to also encourage that there is a growing international adoption of other grounds for recognition of refugee status, including torture, cruel, inhuman, and or degrading punishment or treatment, including cases of FGM that are considered like that, honor killings, and maybe that in cases where a person can actually prove that they are running away from such instances, and that should be included. Madam Speaker, I think also if you look at clause 4D, a person should not be denied refugee status just because he or she has sought asylum in another country. It should be that he or she has been granted asylum in another country. Madam Speaker, I'm not very happy with the advisory committee as constituted because it's very government heavy, and when you have government heavy, it's very difficult to ensure gender representation. So I would want to suggest that, like the old law, that we provide representation of civil society. And Madam Speaker, there is a clause that I always have a problem with, and I've seen in the T-bill that I proposed an amendment, and I was told that is money bill. I don't think it is. That the committee should hire experts, not co-opt people. This is poor governance practice. You cannot find a system through which people are hired, and then you go and co-opt. Madam Speaker, the other issue for me, I think the composition of appeals board is good, but I would want to urge that we include the Gender Commission, and also to just enhance a little bit more of the role of the UNHCR. Madam Speaker, I think under clause 19, I would also want to suggest that the breaches on non-refoulement principle should also include issues of, that I've spoken about, including sexual and gender-based violence or forced pregnancies, because we know there are countries where there have been such cases. Madam Speaker, there is also too much discretion under Article 19, clause 19, and we know that this too much discretion is usually the mother of dictatorship and impunity, so maybe we need to limit that. Madam Speaker, the 60 days that is provided under clause 22 is too short. I like the special attention to persons with disability, women and children, but I think the old law had a stronger provision which we need to strengthen. And under clause 28, we need to strengthen both rights and duties under the UN Conventions of 1951 and its protocol and the AU Convention, so we need to actually provide specifically. And Madam Speaker, also Article 4 on religious rights, and I'd indicated before that we need to include the issue of non-discrimination, which I don't see in the bill. I think in terms of time, I've really tried because we don't have time. Otherwise, I'll try and push some through amendments I support.
Very specific contributions there. I believe the chair is following keenly. And that, Honorable Millie, you can follow through in the next stage of the bill. Let's have the Honorable Manje Wathigo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute also to this motion on creation of this bill, that is a refugee bill. And say it is timely. This is the time we should come up with a good management of refugee. I'll start by giving an example in my constituency in one of the wards where we have so many people from Congo. They have occupied a very big space because they normally go in one area, and they have started a church and also a football team. And when I try to check properties, most of them do not have proper papers of staying in the place. That's why I thought this is a very good bill coming at this particular time so that we can manage this group. And also, our country is sandwiched between these refugee-producing countries like Somalia and Southern Sudan, which are not stable. Therefore, we expect to have large numbers coming to our country. So if we don't organize ourselves, then they will occupy, and most likely they will take the resources that belongs to Kenya. So we cannot forget that when they come to the country, they also compete with the little resources that we have. For example, if they come they occupy some areas, apart from where they are designated, like Dadaab and Kakuma, they come also to urban areas, and you find them doing manual jobs, like what Kenyans will do, and also doing this kind of small businesses, like hawking and also hair cutting. So I think it should be managed and organized so that at least the Kenyans themselves do not feel this pinch from the outsiders, because each nationals have their own countries, and if they're not stable in their country, they should not also destabilize us. And that is why maybe internationally the governments try to stabilize other governments so that their people do not move for the mega resources that we have. And also when they occupy, when they come to Kenya, they come with their own culture, different culture. So when they come to our country, they influence. In my places, you'll find people who do not practice relationships the way we do. So they tend to influence our children. Therefore, I think we should come up with a very good regulation on when they come to our places and when they are integrated. They should be integrated in a good manner. Madam Speaker, we cannot also forget the kind of insecurity they bring to our country, like the terrorism that happened the other time. They hit our hotel, and when the government tried to check, it was organized in a refugee camp. So these are the issues that we should come up and do good amendments that will make this law a good road. I support the bill.
Dr. Makali?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to first of all thank the Chair and the committee members for this important bill. The truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker, is that this bill has gone through very intensive public participation. Most of the key institutions working in this area have been consulted and they have given their input. The truth of the matter is it has not been easy to get this bill to where it is today because, as honorable members are saying, Honorable Speaker, there are lots of interests coming from different stakeholders. And one of the things which was quite difficult to get through this bill was the issue of balancing between human rights and what we call national interests. Because the refugees come to this country and there are laws which safeguard them in terms of their own human rights. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, even though we have opened the gates for them, at the same time, we must also safeguard what we call national interests. And those are things like what Honorable Manche is talking about, issues of national security and all that. But looking at the bill, Honorable Speaker, you realize that there are provisions to take care of most of these areas. For example, who would qualify to be a refugee? What vetting process would they go through before they are admitted? And all that is to ensure that their own human rights and also what I would call the validity or eligibility of these refugees is also factored into the whole process. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is, and this has happened in this country, we have heard of situations where communities living next to the refugee camps claim to be living a life which is worse than what the refugees are going through. And actually, attempts have been made in this country where the local community wants to go in as refugees so that they can benefit from some of these benefits. And basically what that is saying is that there are some of them who, when they come to Kenya, will even live better than Kenyans. And I think the question we need to, as leaders and national leaders, we must make sure that even as we accommodate refugees, then they don't appear to be enjoying more than our own people, because to me that would be sending the wrong signal to Kenyans. The other issue, and the big question is, should we allow them to work? When you look at the bill, there's a provision for them to be allowed to work. And the human rights, people who push for human rights would really say it is important that they work, and working makes sense. But in a country like Kenya, where unemployment is so high, then what that means is they'll come and start competing for the fewer kind of opportunities which are there for our own people. And these, to me, are the issues which really need to come out very clear in the bill. And the bill has tried really to do that. The issue of appeal, for example, when you are denied the status of a refugee in a country, then the appeal process is also well captured in the bill. How do you go about to make sure that even as you are denied that opportunity, then you don't seem to be really being denied just for the sake of it, that there are serious reasons why you should be denied. And there are a number of other advisory bodies in the bill in terms of how this thing should be addressed. And I really like what Honorable Mili was saying, that there are gaps. And what I would recommend, Honorable Speaker, even as we move forward with this bill, is that then such issues, if Honorable Mili could document, because I belong to that committee, if this could be documented so that we compare them versus what other bodies have submitted, because we got a lot of submissions. And actually this bill has gone through many circles in the process of ensuring that we don't leave anybody behind. But it is not easy, Honorable Speaker, I must confess, it is not easy to get a refugee bill which you can say is perfect, because the interests are so many that you must accommodate some and others just seem like you're accommodating partially, not fully. So even as I support Honorable Speaker, I think there is still room to improve. And I want to encourage honorable members to look at the bill, and where they think there are gaps, push those gaps forward so that as we go to the third reading, Honorable Speaker, then we'll have factored most of these concerns and ensure that we have a refugees bill or act which will safeguard the interests of refugees, but at the same time, safeguard the interests of Kenyans who are the host community. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chapkut. What is the number of your seat?
324, Madam Speaker, 324. Madam Speaker, I arise to support this bill, number 62. From the onset, it is indeed a clear bill that is going to ensure management and organization of refugees in our country. Committee of National for Administration and Security, it is my heartfelt congratulations to thank you, because you ensured that public participation, according to the Constitution, Article 118, was followed. Public input was indeed collected, and I have no doubt in my mind that bold regulations should be followed. Madam Speaker, I just want to mention something that in my own constituency, that is Ainapoi constituency, Kapsoya town is in CBD of Eldoret town. We have more than 5,000 refugees from Southern Sudan, and there's a global pandemic. And it is indeed, Madam Speaker, a crisis that has never been witnessed by mankind. But I thank Kenyans for following the measures that has been instituted. All I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that Kenya, 75% of the total population are young people. They've not been employed. So let's only accommodate these refugees. Let's follow, I want them to follow the rules of law and order. And I want them to be friendly, to perfect coexistence, relationships, and live in peace. But having said that, Madam Speaker, in my own constituency, as opposed to other areas, they are living in peace, with intermarriage, there's perfect coexistence. All I want other refugees in our country, especially Kaguma, and so on and so forth, is that I want them to follow the regulations, to follow laws, and to follow order. Because they can come and instill their own culture in our own country. At the same time, I want them, their definition is not well defined. I want in the near future, in their definitions, I want promotion of coexistence be spelled out properly. And in the intermarriages, you know, when you are born in Kenya, you will be allowed to get citizenship and so on and so forth because of being born in Kenya. So, Madam Speaker, the legal framework is perfect. The legal framework is excellent. The Committee of National Administration and Security have done a great job, Madam Speaker. So I support without any reservation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Kingola Makau, member for Mavoko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute on this bill, Refugees Bill number 62. Madam Speaker, I can't agree more with members who are in agreement that when you look at the refugees in Kenya, Madam Speaker, we must strike a balance between those who are under UNHCR. Madam Speaker, I have seen in Kakuma and Dadaab members who are registered by UNHCR centers. They kind of live within their laws, but they don't adhere to the Kenyan laws, though there is a lot of law breaking. And when I looked at this bill, Madam Speaker, the committee is trying to address some of those things. Madam Speaker, again, we should look at the welfare of the refugees versus our locals. It's true, Madam Speaker, sometimes how refugees are treated in this country, preferably, is better than our locals. And I think that causes a lot of discomfort among the locals. It encourages our people to want and go even be registered in those refugee camps. Madam Speaker, and sometimes, you know, recently, when I looked at how countries were voting for and against Kenya during the UN Security Council, I was disappointed to see the countries that we have hosted all this long, Ethiopia, Somalia, they were against us. So I was wondering, does Kenya do bad by hosting their people? Madam Speaker, I think sometimes white men or English men say, scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's high time that we also favor our Kenyans, because if they cannot favor us at a time of need, then who are we to treat their people good and they cannot reciprocate? Madam Speaker, however, it is important to note, through countries with capacity to handle refugee professionalism and tap it, I have seen in the Scandinavian countries, they really have tapped into the capacities of these refugees. So we cannot equate Kenya, which is a developing country, with those countries, because we are in competition of the available resources. So I think it's important, even as we make laws that govern refugees, even considering human rights. Madam Speaker, we are at a time and a place where Kenya is trying to take off economically. And I think we should safeguard what we have so that the generations and the youth of this country should occupy those opportunities before even us engaging outsiders. So, Madam Speaker, I cannot agree more with this bill that provides the balance between locals and the refugees. And Madam Speaker, I am sure we have experts in this House who will bring amendments. I'll also look at it so that if there is anything that I feel will disadvantage Kenyans and will cause bad blood between our refugees and our Kenyans, then we'll bring it to this House and maybe carry it forward in its final reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Murugara Gitonga.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill. The bill is actually timely. We need to look into the issues of refugees in the country with some form of finality. Kenya has hosted refugees for quite a long time, almost since independence, as turmoil ravaged through Africa, and the people had to move and be accommodated in other countries where there was peace. However, Madam Speaker, there is a notion, especially amongst the communities that are hosting refugees, that refugees are actually treated better than our citizens. That in fact they live better lives. They may be lives of supply without much work, but this is because of the sort of laws we have in the country. I was privileged to join the stakeholders while doing public participation in respect of this bill, and I visited Kakuma refugee camp, which is itself a refugee camp. Then there was another settlement called Kalobey, which was meant to actually move the refugees from the initial status to some status akin to becoming Kenyans. This bill will deal with the registration, reception, and registration of refugees, which is very important, because we also know that there are criminals who commit atrocities in their country and they find refuge in our country. We must be able to vet so that we only give refugee status to those who qualify. This bill also forms institutions that will govern the discharge of duties pertaining to refugees. This is very important. But most important must be a provision to fund those institutions. Because the complaint we have is that there is no money set aside for the relevant ministry by the government to fund activities of such agencies. This bill should address this. Let me touch on the rights of refugees as enshrined in this bill. That they will have rights almost similar to those of Kenyans, including right to education, right to work, and many other human rights. And I agree fully that refugees are human beings. We must treat them with dignity. We must treat them with respect. We must accord to them what is due. However, while we try to integrate refugees into our society, we must not lose track of the fact that Kenyan citizens carry the primary role, citizenship is paramount, and that we must at least treat our citizens first and foremost before we go to refugees. When it comes to work, we know there is acute shortage of work in the country. Unemployment is ravaging our country. So as we consider refugees to work, we must bear in mind that we have tens, in fact not tens, but hundreds of thousands of young people in the country who have no jobs. Graduates from universities, from technical training institutes, from colleges who are jobless. So we must protect these ones first. When it comes to education, we must also look at the form of education we are giving to our citizens before we go to refugees. Because we know very well that in some even counties in Kenya, the level of education is wanting, the infrastructure in schools is wanting, and many others. We must also talk about the international community, which comes in to aid refugees. As they do this, primary importance must go to the host countries. As they sort out refugee problems, let's also look at what problems we indigenous Kenyans have, which this community must take into consideration, including what is good for us and what is good for refugees. So while I support this bill, there is a lot more to be is going to be investigated and interrogated, and we will be discussing this at the committee stage. Madam Speaker, I support.
Very well. Let's have the member for Seme, Dr. Nyika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to discuss this. Madam Speaker, refugee the issue of refugees is a big problem in the country. In this country, we actually have about 500,000 people who are living as refugees, mostly from Somalia and South Sudan. And we have huge refugee camps. In fact, Dadaab, which has most of the refugees, and Kakuma, and some of us may know, Kakuma is actually the largest refugee camp in the world. So it is a big problem that we have. Worldwide, we have about 25 million people who are walking around as refugees and without status. Not just the numbers, Madam Speaker, but we also have problems that will be cost of looking after them, the security issues that come with the refugees, the health issues, the human rights issues, and therefore it's an issue that needs to be looked at carefully. Good, this bill actually looked at recognition, protection of refugees, and gives effect to the international conventions we have signed into, like the UN one, the OAU one, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, it is the structures that the bill has put in place. The bill has put in place main very important structures, starting with a department within the public service. That makes sure that it's actually the department that is there to stay, it will be funded and easy to supervise. It has an advisory committee which actually advises the Commissioner for Refugees, and it has a status appeal committee, and it has a panel that looks at the issue of refugees. But Madam Speaker, what has come out that I think we need to look at in this is actually the Commissioner for Refugees and the Minister have a lot of discretion throughout this bill, that actually if we do not find structures that will curtail some of these or put in place processes, probably the appeal committee will do that. But it is something that I've looked at in the bill throughout. There's a lot of authority that is given to the minister and the commissioner for the commissioner. The other thing that it is not clear in this bill, and I think we can look at it, the relationship between the advisory committee and the commissioner. Looking at it superficially, you realize that the commissioner is working under the advisory committee, but you don't see a clear structural relationship. And my concern is that later on in future, there may actually be a conflict between them. The other issue that I noted is the composition of the committee. It's purely a government committee, and as Honorable Milliard said, we actually need to include the civil society and even the religious organizations in that. The appeal committee replaces the act, the board, the appeal board that is in the act. Again, it is solely appointed by the minister, and you do not get any representation from the civil society, the religious organizations. So again, that's an issue that we need to look at it. However, it establishes a proper process of application, process of eligibility, and the eligibility panel is actually an important panel that advises the commissioner. There are very good provisions in this bill, like in clause 16, screening people for health, but it does not go ahead to say, after you screen them, what do you do? The protection of women, people with disability, is actually very good. But as Honorable Millie said, the exclusion for consideration just because you have applied to another country, I think is not correct. It should be that you have actually been given asylum in another country. So, Madam Speaker, you find that it defines the establishment of designated areas and the settlement officers that actually looks after these areas and the protection of how you get into.
The The Honorable Kiai. Is Honorable Kiai in the house?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, you're seated in
Yes.
an unlikely position.
Today I'm in the opposition, but I have not shifted. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate, and I'm seated next to my classmate, Milia Thiambo. I stand to support this bill. And Madam Speaker, this bill is an improvement on the Act of Parliament that is already in place. But I would want to say some 2-3 things, other than what Honorable Millie has said. You realize that this is an issue that brings about that delicate balance between human rights and national interests. Madam Speaker, Kenya, as it is, hosts some of the largest refugee camps in the world, be it Kakuma or Dadaab. And therefore, the issue of refugee, the problem of refugee in Kenya is such a big one. And therefore, we need to have a law that governs and manages refugees in Kenya. Some of the issues that are raised here really goes into the security of this country, because issues of refugees also overflow into security issues, and they need proper law to manage them. Madam Speaker, if you look at the law, which I've had a chance to look at, I had the privilege of being in the jailer committee, and we visited those refugee camps, both in Dadaab and Kakuma. You will see that when the refugees come into our country, there is that competition for resources. And some of the issues we picked in those refugee camps are like the refugees are treated better than the locals. The refugees are given better working and job opportunities than the locals. The refugees are always treated better by the law than the locals. Indeed, the facilities that they enjoy, be it the schools that are donor-funded, the hospitals and the like, they are better than the existing one. And therefore, we need to have a law that will govern those issues before they become an insecurity issue. The friction of culture is also another issue. You realize that when they congregate somewhere, the refugees move with their culture, which sometimes is incompatible with the local culture. And those issues also generate a lot of animosity between the locals and the refugees. But all is not lost. I realize that this act has a very huge chunk about integration. Refugees being humans, they also need to be integrated into the proper local system, either by making sure that they are given safe refuge out there and integrated in those local societies or in the country here. The section about integration talks about what happens in a situation whereby two refugees reproduce a kid who is stateless. What is the status of that kid who is born by two refugees? Or what happens when a local marries that refugee and they have kids? What is the status of those kids? Because the law as it is, they cannot become Kenyan citizens. In other places like in America, the moment you are born in their country, then you become an automatic citizen. We need to look at such issues. The issue of asylum also needs also to be addressed. Because when you arrive in Kenya, for example, and you apply for asylum locally, then you are also in conflict with the immigration laws, and most likely you are going to be returned back as a citizen, as a person who is needed in Kenyan soil. So we need to reconcile the Refugee Act, also with the Immigration Act, also with the Penal Code, and also with the international conventions to ensure that the Refugee Act, once it is debated on and agreed on, is not in conflict with the existing laws. Otherwise, it will be shut down. I stand to support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mauka Maore.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. This is a bill that should have been enacted on the eve of the Somali fall. We have been having the unfortunate kind of credit of having to neighbor a failed state for close to 34 years, for nearly 30 years, because actually it's now 29 years, since 1991. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the definition of a refugee and the status that one enters into as somebody who is running away from conflict or violence or persecution, and the reality that when you are a refugee, if you are repatriated back to your homeland, there is a threat to your life in very many ways. And that is usually the difference between somebody who is seeking asylum and somebody who is seeking refugee status. Now, when you look at Africa, we are only second to Ethiopia in terms of volume of the refugees that we host. So for us, as a country, the one refugee should actually ring a bell to everybody. And for that reason, you've seen how the influx, let's say, of the Somali citizens who came, and they came in two different categories. There are those women and children who are vulnerable. They were concentrated in camps. There are those who want money. They came and actually transformed, for example, the lifestyle of Nairobi. When you find that in most estates where they occupied, they were tripling the prices of houses, both rental and purchase. So when we actually have this scenario of refugees, and this bill has come at the right time, let's say it is late, but this is the right time. Madam Speaker, we know when the UN was defining the life of a refugee, the UN Security Agency that actually caters for refugees, it was specifically to help the Europeans who had been displaced by World War II. And for that reason, that's why you find the protection of a refugee is quite a serious affair, because it involved the Europeans. Now that the Europeans are far away from that plague, now it is as Africans and most of the other developing countries, you can see Bangladesh, what they are, for example, going through with the Rohingya and the others. And the Middle East, the displacement of the war. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about a refugee, it's a human being like you and me. And it is for that reason, when we have this piece of legislation trying to define and protect refugees, it could not have come at a better time than this time. We need, as a country, to integrate those refugees who are within our borders and provide them with the facilities, even nearer where they are settled. We know the UN, there's big money. Those who know about those cartels of the UN and others, the money involved is big. And for that reason, that's why you find the facilities at the refugee camp are usually better than with the communities nearby. But we should always respect, with a lot of dignity, those people who are at the fortunate status of being a refugee. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support this bill.
Member for Kasarani, Honorable Basi Gakuya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the Refugees Bill 2019. I'll start by saying nobody chooses to be a refugee. It happens because of the issues surrounding, most of the time, maybe the neighboring countries. It is good we put things in order, because most of the times the locals, they find the refugees as a security threat. I'll give an example like Kasarani constituency. We have almost 10,000 Congolese, and you find most of the complaints at the administration office or at the DCC office, Kasarani, is about the refugees. Within the estate, you find the locals are not able to accommodate them. So when we have a bill which will enable that the law and order is maintained, or there will be harmony between the refugees and the locals, it will be in order. And usually say today is this country, tomorrow is another country. We cannot compare ourselves with countries like Germany, who are hosting a lot of refugees from Syria in millions. So the few or the many a country would host, it's good we have law and order in place. It's high time we ensure that our locals will not see like the refugees have come to grab their resources, as it has been cited in the House, that sometimes you find they have more privileges. Not that they have more privileges. It's because maybe they have more resources in terms of money. They're able to purchase. And through like marriage, you find one is able to be a citizen. So it's high time as a country we support this bill so that we live in harmony. As we know that when our locals feel threatened, it will be difficult to convince our locals that we are not hosting for a particular advantage. So I support this bill, and we hope that various estates, especially in Nairobi County, some have Sudanese, others from Rwanda, and like I've given an example for our place in Kasarani, we have Congolese. And sometimes when you go to the estate, you find the local men are not really complaining about the women who are refugees. They only complain about men. Like during the road construction, they say the men are grabbing the casual works because casual labor, they usually, most of the time, not ask for their IDs. They just represent themselves, or whoever is present is accommodated. And you find they are given some casual jobs. So the complaint we have in our offices is these people from this country are coming to take our jobs. But when you go to the women, like in the local churches there, the men, they say women have no problem. So I don't think we need to be accommodating one gender over the other. We need to make sure that whatever is being set should be right and correct so that we accommodate them as a family. And as when I was starting, I said no one chooses to be a refugee. So it's high time we ensure that all the matters which are supposed or are surrounding the refugee bill are ensured that they cater, even if it's not overall, at least we live in harmony so that our people will not see that these refugees have come to grab our resources or to take our peace or to take our security. I support the bill.
Well said. Let's have the member for Tesson North, Honorable Kaunya Oku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to support this bill. I am a member of the National Administration and Security Committee of the National Assembly. And I want to support the sentiments that our chairman gave. And to add that one of the things we found out when going out to the field, especially when we visited Kakuma and Dadaab, we found that the number of refugees we have in this country is quite big. The total of 474,044 refugees in total. And of course, we found that out of the voluntary repatriation, only 1,473 were repatriated. And therefore, this bill, Madam Speaker, is key in helping us, the country, manage the refugees in terms of their recognition and protection, and indeed the registration. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that we encountered was the question of encampment policy. This is a policy where refugees throughout the world for a long time are kept within a camp for control purposes. This trend now of encampment policy is changing, where countries are adopting integration policies. But this integration policy, which I think in this act, in this particular bill, is being addressed by giving the minister the powers to make certain regulations so that at different levels of refugee admission, registration, they can then be granted at a certain stage some resettlement depending on the level. The reason for this is partly the balance between security, Madam Speaker, and the issue of human rights or the rights of refugees, the right to employment, the right to settlement, and all that. We, as a country, and all countries worldwide, look at their national security first. And secondly, they look at the rights of their citizens. And of course, they look at the rights of the refugees who come to the country. So this particular aspect of encampment is something that needs to be strongly considered, especially for genuine refugees that have gone through time and have been vetted properly. We had a case, Madam Speaker, in Dadaab, where a young man was born in 1991 after the refugee influx in Dadaab, and he schooled there, and we met him and he gave a testimony. He remained in the camp and he was now 28 years old. So of course this law and the country has to decide how do we deal with those cases where a child is born and is a refugee. Really there are certain rights that have to be guaranteed within the law. Madam Speaker, the other aspects members have actually ventilated on the issue that this particular bill is meant partly to align our act, the management of refugee. We had the Refugee Act number 13 of 2006, which was not aligned to the 2010 Constitution. So partly this bill will seek to align that to the 2010 Constitution, which had several changes, including the titles of minister, which is now the CS. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, particularly because it has provided for all the institutional arrangements, right from the department, which will be domiciled, the Department of Registration, and we have also several other provisions for
Member for Ijara, Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this. And I come from a county that hosts refugees, and I've had a lot of experience with the refugees and in this country, and it has been very difficult for even us as the host community, because there were, you know, when they came 30 years ago, we did not have any structured system of engagement, and there was no preparedness. Nobody was expecting that kind of a problem in our neighboring country, and we did not have specific laws that could address issues of refugees. So what happened was when they came, and it became really hassle for the communities. And it became now, and they themselves had to go out to destroy the environment, to destroy everything that was there so that they could get even themselves something. For firewood, our environment was completely destroyed as a county. Our wildlife were completely destroyed, and there was security problems all over. So it was really something that affected both the host community and the refugees. And that I really appreciate now that we are coming up with an act of parliament which objective is to provide for recognition of the refugees, their protection, and their management, in line with the 1951 United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are several protocols. The African Union Protocol, and that specifically address the aspect of refugee problems in Africa. And those are the things that our Act of Parliament today have recognized, and it has taken into account in line with the conventions that we have ratified as a country, is what we are appreciating today. And Madam Speaker, usually there are rights rights and duties to every person in any given situation. Even you, when you go as a visitor, not even a refugee, you go to a country, you must abide by the visas that you are given and the rules under those visas that you go through. So I really appreciate that this act has clearly brought out the duties and the rights of refugees who are seeking assembly in Kenya. And those duties and those rights are already in the United Nations Convention, which we are members, which we have ratified some of those United Nations conventions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if an enabling situation is given, the refugees will be able to contribute heavily in terms of our economic and social development of this country. Look, I want to give you an example. I've gone to America and particularly went to Minnesota. Minnesota, we have more than 150 million Somali refugees in Minnesota. And the kind of business and engagement they're doing and the way they have turned around the economical aspect of Minnesota, it has gone down into history, in the American history, because they are contributing huge tax returns to the government, which in turn is used for development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the right time. We are doing the right thing. And when you are doing the right thing, it gives that issues. So I'm asking, once we have the refugees, then it is important that we facilitate the refugees, give them proper documentations, both at the two levels of government, at the national level and at the county level. Once we integrate the refugees and give them the opportunity to be part and parcel of this country, and particularly to be able to coexist.
You've made your point, Honorable Sophia. Let's have the member for Lagdera, Honorable Garane Hire. Oh, you're on that side.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I wish to thank the committee and commend them for a good job. The refugee bill has come at the right time. Madam Speaker, the issue of, refugee is a global phenomenon. And with the large displacements that's happening all over the world, it's likely that it will increase. Madam Speaker, this refugee problem, which is a global scenario, requires us to have proper laws to address it. Kenya has been hosting refugees for the last 30 years. And Madam Speaker, it is somehow embarrassing that 30 years later, we are talking of having laws to address these issues. These laws should have come at the beginning of the refugee problem. Madam Speaker, the global problem of refugee is not only unique to Kenya, but Kenya, being the country that hosts, I think, the largest, if not second largest, refugees, should be a trendsetter in having proper laws. Madam Speaker, I represent a constituency that neighbors the largest refugee complex in the world. That is the Dadaab refugee camp. And being a neighbor to that, complex, I have first-hand information of, the life in refugee camps. It is not a good thing. And there is this perception that refugees are generally people, or refugees are generally lesser humans. It is not the case. Nobody wishes to be a refugee. It's a natural process. That just came, to those, people, and it can come to anybody. God forbid. What is happening now in Ethiopia, that, tension and, demonstrations and killings, if it were to spill, I don't think the neighboring countries are prepared to handle it. So, Madam Speaker, having these laws is a very critical issue. Now, coming back to the bill itself, this is a good bill, but at least there are some critical issues that I expected it to address. One of it is the issue of integration. In the issue of integration, it doesn't come out clearly. For instance, keeping people in camps. There are so many countries that accept refugees in this world, including Germany, including Turkey, and the population is large. Those people are not put in camps. Those people, there are proper, policies and laws that allows the host countries to integrate them to be part of the society. Because if you allow these people to, live within society, most of the issues, whether it is insecurity, whether it is competition for resources, we will not be talking about. When you go to Dadaab, there are, or even globally, there are about 400 refugees. These are ready markets for people. And then, Madam Speaker, finally, and I recommend the committee, I want to advise the committee to look into the global comprehensive refugee framework. That is a very, important declaration made by the 193 members of the United Nations. It specifically calls for greater support for countries that are hosting, or the host communities. It's calling them support in terms of financial, in terms of, helping them to see how they can really, integrate with the host communities. Thank you, Madam. And Madam Speaker, finally, what I want to say is that I'm sure we'll have some sort of amendments when this bill comes to the committee of the whole House. But the critical thing is that we need to have committees right, social, economical.
Yes, Honorable Member for Lagdera, you will have an opportunity to interact more, and in the next stage of the committee, you go into the details of whatever reservations you may hold. Member for Kabondo Kasipul, Honorable Akinyi Obara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that a lot has been said, but let me also add my voice and support the bill. As has been noted, the bill is generally progressive and administrative in nature, providing for the rights of the refugees in Kenya. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to note that it is very clear on integration of the refugees, which has been mentioned by many of us here today. Integration of the refugees with the communities that they can share their amenities. And this is critical, Madam Speaker, as has been noted, that there are instances when these refugees actually have better services than the locals themselves. And therefore, an attempt to integrate the two is worth commending. Finally, so that I don't repeat what has already been said, Madam Speaker, the bill also incorporates international standards. In the process, therefore, it places our country, Kenya, as a jurisdiction that complies with the international laws. Once again, I support. Thank you.
Member for Masinga. Honorable Mbithi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to say something about this bill. Indeed, we thank the committee for good work, for really thinking about this bill so that we can have structures to be able to govern the refugees in this country. Indeed, these are human beings like ourselves, and they need to be taken care of the way the Constitution takes care of each one of us, and therefore the bill will be able to bring sanity to the refugees so that they can also have structures in place to be able to manage them and also manage their affairs. You remember that many have said that this country have been hosting refugees for over 30 years, and indeed we have been very generous. This country is a very generous country. We have been able to take care of them even when some wanted them to be kicked out of this country. The administration said they will still hold on unto them, and they are still in this country. Therefore, I think that is why we are being honored, or we are being paid by God, because we are taking care of the vulnerable, them that are unable to go anywhere, them that are unable to help themselves. And you know, it is very important to help somebody who will never be able to help you. And therefore, it is an honor for this country to have taken care of the refugees from Sudan, from Somalia, from other countries. Even we used to take care of the refugees from Uganda when Yamini had chased them from that country. And therefore, we have become like a host country, a country that is so generous. And therefore, this bill will be able to help to bring sanity in all the ways and be able to have some controls. There are some of them who normally don't behave very well, and some normally behave very well. Others live very large, especially the ones who are coming from Sudan before their independence. They used to live in Karen, in Lavington, and then some of us used to envy them. Why are they living that large, and we are the citizens, and we cannot be able to afford even to live like them? And therefore, to me, it is a God-sent opportunity that we can be able to bring some order in those human beings called the refugees, because they are human like us. I remember one day there was an article from Kakuma that one of the refugee there had put up a very huge, a wood cell, a wholesale shop that sells everything until Equity Bank had to go and open a small branch to only cater for that one person because he was banking a lot of money. So to me, these are human beings who have a lot of energy, they have a lot of brains, they can become good businessmen, and therefore being taken care by this bill will help. And also, in the refugee camps, there is a lot of employment because the international organizations, they normally bring their unemployed or maybe their professionals to be able to come and do the logistics in those camps and be able to supply food and other essential items to the refugees. And therefore, they also create employment. Therefore, if all this can be brought together by this bill, then it will be a good thing so that we can go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's have the member for Makueni, and I would urge you, between you and two other members, you have 9 minutes. So if you could be gracious enough to do 3 minutes each, then the whole list can be cleared. People will contribute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take a different view from what members have said so that we don't repeat ourselves. I want to say that refugees are a worldwide crisis. And the earliest this was spotted was as early as 3,000, 4,000 years ago, when in the Mosaic Law we are able to spot something called cities of refuge. Funny enough, the Mosaic Law, other than very unlikely, has not been contradicted by many legislations in the world. And if you look at the Mosaic Law, one of the requirements was to take care of refugees, the homeless, the unfortunate, people without food. It was really, really a serious requirement. And when somebody had done something bad, then they could also run to a city of refuge, especially manslaughter, but not murder. And then coming to the modern times, one of the most hit places, and the chair of administration, Mr. Koinange, is aware, we have a gentleman called David Beasley, who is the director of World Food Program and has been traversing the whole world, including Kenya. He's a very great friend of Kenya, who has been feeding these refugees. And the statistics show that a lot of refugees die, especially children, out of hunger if there's a little delay with the delivery of these donations. And that tells us there's a problem, not only in Kenya, but worldwide. And it's a matter which now as a country we need to address. Have we accommodated Somalis, Southern Sudanese, Burundians, Ugandans, almost all our neighbors are accommodated in our country. Some of the refugees, most of them come out of war. We have even the latest from Turkey. When there was a problem in Turkey recently, some of the Turkish people living here automatically became refugees, and they had to come assist them administratively to take care. Therefore, I really want to thank the committee and want to urge members to support this, because we are now able to address the loopholes we had in the law and where we could not seal. But most important, we have to protect these people. They have to be given human rights. They have to be treated well, because anyone can be a refugee anytime in the world. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sahal Ibrahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill, refugee bill. Madam Speaker, Kenya has hosted a large asylum seeking and refugee population, which at present is managed jointly by the country's Department of Refugee Affairs and the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. Under the 2006 Refugee Act and the 2009 Refugee Regulation, Kenya recognized the two classes of refugee: prima facie refugees and statutory refugees. Madam Speaker, Kenya is a signatory to a number of international treaties applicable to individuals seeking asylum and protection. It acceded to 1951 United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugee on May 16, 1966, and its 1967 protocol in also 1981. In Kenya is also a state party of the 1969 African Union, formerly known as the Organization of African Unity, and a convention governing the specific aspect of refugee problems in Africa, which it assigned in September in 1969 and rectified in June 1992. The proposed bill, Madam Speaker, 2019 seeks to give effect to the above international treaties. Part 5 of the proposed bill provides the rights and the duties of asylum seekers and refugees, which the country providing the rights of appeal. Asylum seekers and refugees within the country providing for rights of appeal. Asylum seekers and refugees have the right to appeal any decision of the Department of Refugee Affairs. Madam Speaker, I'm a proud Kenyan because when many African countries had a war, Kenya welcomed them with open hands, and most of refugees and asylum seekers today living in Kenya are homeowners, business owners, and are living very comfortable and decent life. Madam Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Honorable Nyanza, Edith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me from the onset say that I support the refugee bill of 2019 because it puts some recognition into the management and protection of refugees, and actually brings about some order, because there's been a lot of lawlessness whereby the refugees would come with their own rules and their own way of behavior. But this refugee bill of 2019 will try to put some structures in place so that we can avoid lawlessness in our country. But I would actually say that it's a delicate balance whereby the bill should have some humanitarian approach, because you know that these are human beings, and actually imagine when you have done all you can, you have been educated, you have your businesses, you have everything in place, and when you think now is the time to settle, you are told to leave your country because of some insecurities. And that's why when they come to a country like Kenya, we should actually have that humanitarian approach. But then I've said it's a delicate balance, because we should also take care of our own. Because I would say that Kenyans should be given the first priority in jobs, in education, businesses, and also allocating resources. Because one of these days, maybe these refugees will go back to their home country, and then if we given them an advantage over us, then that means we'll suffer. So there should be a balance between the humanitarian approach and also considering that some of these refugees, sometimes they have come as they've brought some security threats due to terrorism. So it's good to balance. The bill should balance between being a brother's keeper and also taking care and giving security to our people, Kenya. So it's good to know, to also know the maximum number of people, of refugees who can be kept in a camp, because you find that some camps have so many people, and then instead of now really giving them refuge, you find that the camp becomes like a prison. So it's good to have structures in place, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Kitutu Masaba, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you,
Because
Madam.
we're out of time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice to this very, very crucial bill. To start with, Kenya has been extremely hospitable to the refugees from several countries. That is to say, from Somalia, from Sudan, from Uganda. And I want to say that whereas we have had various challenges, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that we have also been beneficiaries of the refugees. And therefore, this bill is a timely bill, Madam Speaker, as it recognizes, it brings recognition, protection, and management in a proper way and fashioned in such a manner that at the end of the day, they are not a problem, so to speak. I am sure, as past speakers have said, that the refugees sometimes cause, or a number of times cause problems to a country, like, you know, being a threat to security, being a threat to even the economy. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, if you look at it, they are also, while they have problems, but when they come, they also are a blessing, because we have refugee camps, and we also have the issue of creation of jobs, enhancement of our economy, because we have countries, we have donors, we have investors who have a vested interest in taking care of the refugees. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think with the coming into effect of this bill, Kenya would have also attained higher levels in the domain of countries in the world. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the debate time for the refugee bill. And at the same time, we do not have any more requests for contribution from members, and I therefore go on to call upon the mover to reply. Honorable Leader of Majority.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I was moving this bill, I did indicate that this is a very important bill. And indeed, I expected the House to be full because of the magnitude of the problem. But looks like most members are more interested in committees than the business of the House. And I must record my disappointment, because on a matter that of an international standard, of an international nature, with Kenya hosting so many refugees, one would have expected a bigger turnout. Members who interact with all these refugees to be more interested in knowing, how do we know who is a refugee? How do we know, once we know this is a refugee and we grant them status, how do we manage them? How do we, and where they belong? But that's the nature of our politics. And I want to accordingly thank the members who stayed behind and were able to input their views. And you, Madam Speaker, for bearing with an empty house as we went through in debating this. But now that we have closed the debate, I hope they don't come and open the debate at the committee stage where they want to be heard on their views, yet they had the opportunity. I want to thank the committee because they did a good job. And we will work together in terms of bringing any amendment that will be required, both from the stakeholders and from the committee, so that we can at least have a bill that will stand the test of time. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well, Honorable Leader of Majority. At least the members who stayed behind maximized on the debate time of the bill. So that was, and we got some quite, substantive contributions. We shall defer the putting of the question until when we have back the business in the order paper. With those honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 6:50 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m.